finish to the day yesterday, as we saw, pretty tight range for the most part after trading down for most of the day, and then a big rally after hours on a lot of earnings data. Very interesting move. Other news, also, I figured out how to fix the website and the email, so that is all working. Double R, yo, yo, yo. Trin, good morning. So the website's working again. Not that it does anything, but it is working again. And so is the email. So if you're watching this video on replay and you're looking to get into the Discord, just look down below, send me an email, and I will send you a link. The reason that we do that is because we don't want to get a bunch of people that don't really want to be in the Discord and be team members. They're just looking for a free ticket. And that's just not really what we're doing. So Giles, good morning. Just posting the video here real quick. All right, let's get started. So we can see overnight inventory is pretty much 100% net long. Right, we can see yesterday for the most part, we did have the open up here and just traded back and forth for the most part. Liquidation down, had a little short covering rally, left behind some mechanical stops, trading right up to that last or close to it at least, and then traded back down, found some excess and found some buyers what looked around this 39.11, around that 50 SMA on the daily. Ended up moving up a little bit and kind of closing with value lower comparatively to the previous day, right? Really a balance up here, kind of broke down below balance, but has since moved up after short covering really into the close. And then buyers look like they turned on the juice after the close with a lot of earnings coming in and move the market up. So as of right now, it does look like the market might open up on a gap higher, and that would mean that gap rules will apply. Right, and basic gap rules, you want to go with any gap that doesn't fill early. So that's something we'll watch for. The gap is not very big, and we are moving up into value, so it's not like we're gapping up into a space that we haven't been before, or been recently at least. So we're just kind of back in balance. So the big key here, I think, is John said, "Hey everyone, checking in. Try and change my thoughts a little, and try and change your thoughts a little." What's going on with you, John? What's wrong? But yeah, so we'll be looking for acceptance early on in this previous balance area. If the market is able to find acceptance in this balance area, normally we know that we trade to the opposite end of balance. We do have some single prints above that are still holding, so we can expect maybe that to be the target. We can see that Globex traded right up to that point of control from the 25th, but hasn't really touched it yet. We'll be looking to see that, and then we see our Globex point of control for the most part is sitting here right around 57. If we pop open this guy here, something I want to share with you guys, or something that I think maybe doesn't get through on the trade view, or if you guys are having trouble understanding it. Damn, John, I'm sorry to hear that, man. That's tough. Yeah, hopefully we can just bring you some positivity, that everyone keep you in their prayers, and hopefully you just focus on the positive. But so I posted in the trade view about an equilibrium, right? And what I'm thinking is this area here, as we can see all of these previous, right, closes, open, close, close, open, close, right? Even down here a little bit, there's these two open, and then here's so far the close from the weekly yesterday. So this area here, and I know it's a fairly big area, about 3,900, really up to like 3,945. is an area that I'm seeing prices agreed upon from buyers and sellers, right? And this is just kind of showing, that it's an area where, Adam, good morning. Yeah, of course, man. We're always here for you. Discord is a family, bro. This is an area that we're seeing these prices agreed upon, right? And we've seen this before, and this is on a weekly level. If we look on the daily, if you guys remember, we had kind of talked about this before, where, and it was a while back, but we had seen this where all of these previous levels had kind of lined up, and then the market was able to get above it and hold above it. So what I'm thinking is, a similar thing is, if it is able to hold this level, and this is all the way down to like that 3,900 level, then we probably will see a little bit more upside. Not to say that it's gonna happen for sure, but that's just what it's kind of looking like. And then a break below that would probably show that, these prices were agreed upon and then later rejected, and the market traded back down. We're gonna go ahead and take a peek around the block while we've got some time here. It is only barely 9:05 right now. I think the market's going to be really news driven today, so we're going to have to be careful. You're going to want to be managing risk for sure. Let's take a look here. There we go. So we got Apple here. Apple with this kind of big wick down back into yesterday's range, but then traded back up above. We'll go ahead and mark yesterday's high and see if Apple can take out yesterday's high in the cash session and stay above that level. Microsoft had a huge move up above yesterday's range and was really kind of holding above that range. You can see a few trend lines that I have drawn. These are drawn from the daily chart here. We kind of had this look below and did get that close down here below. So maybe good to adjust this level. Oh. Let's see here. All right, we got to draw it with 3 touches, Alex says. Caesar, what's up, man? So it still is withholding this uptrend for the most part. At least it looks like to me. You could even draw it a little bit wider and give it a little bit more space if you wanted just to connect the lows. I just connected it. As long as it's above or below the close, I don't think it's really that important or specific. Google, right? Google had decent earnings yesterday. Actually, they were a bit of a surprise to a lot of people. I think, a lot of people were expecting them to have a bigger fail, especially with the Facebook data coming out, but they actually did really well. So they're up. They went up about, $5 after the close, and then they're pretty much hanging out, maintaining that gain from that hike. I'll update this thing real quick. Code. All right. Let's go to Amazon. Amazon not really did cover up like the rally did, or like the market did yesterday. But nothing really too crazy. So, and you can see they got a little bit of resistance off of that pre-market or yesterday's high during the pre-market. So that's going to be a level we're going to watch out for Amazon today. Tesla had a little gap up on the pre-market today, but still below yesterday's high. So I'm going to be watching this level as well. The market really just kind of seems, this market just kind of seems like it's just hanging out. Let me look at the earnings that are coming out. The trade. We got today. We have Boeing today. Get Boeing real quick. Boeing doing well. That's good for the Dow. Right, they've broken up above yesterday's high and seem to be getting some gas. Up at about 161. You can see they had been struggling for a decent amount of time. You can see I traded Boeing for a little while. As it was going down, and then kind of lost interest because it really started to do nothing. But it's been on a little bit of a rise here. This is an old drawing here. Move. There we go. And really, I mean, you can kind of see this been in this downtrend. This area was a big resistance level up here, and a good spot to maybe project if they can start getting some gas and get back up there up to those 200s. Boeing can really move when it decides. It just hasn't been doing a ton lately. Another one with earnings this morning. We've got Spotify, right? The big Joe Rogan deal really gave them a lot of gas. They're actually way up pre-market. Let's see. Look at Spotify earnings. Maybe the earnings haven't come out yet, I guess. But they're up a pretty decent amount. Another one, we've got Waste Management, Hilton, Sherwin-Williams, nothing really big. After market today, we do have Meta. You can see Meta's, had that same rally at the close, but really nothing significant. Not even back up to its open from yesterday. Lost some big bets on BTC, trying to regain my confidence. Every market's been choppy AF. Yeah, it has. Every market has been extremely choppy, and that's why, especially, just you just gotta force yourself to be patient. And if you can't force yourself to be patient, I would just turn off the chart. Maybe watch it from a chart that you can't trade from. Some of the chip makers and videos kind of just climbing up, not really doing anything crazy. We've had big energy earnings on Friday, but they're down pre-market here. Procter & Gamble, consumer staples looking like it's going up. Walmart, after taking a savage beating from their earnings, is gaining a little bit of steam. They're up about $4 from the low there. JP Morgan doing okay. Visa had good earnings yesterday, and they kind of shot up all the way up to 220, but then came back down to reality. Right, they were monetizing consumer debt. MasterCard didn't really get any sympathy off of that. I'm not sure when their earnings are. The 28th, so they're later this week. Lily Vi, Home Depot. Their next earnings not till August. Right. Another thing too, if any of you guys are looking to get into building anything or need some stuff for around the house, check out Home Depot and Lowe's. Right, they're what you would call overstocked, I think. They've got just shit pouring out everywhere. If they've starting to put everything in front of the store. Eldora, good morning. Waiting for the Fed. Yep. Not for a while. So the Fed's not on until 2 p.m. Eastern time today. So still a good amount of time until the Fed actually climbs out of their hole and starts showing their face. Coca-Cola doing okay. Nike's doing okay today. Wells Fargo. I'm just looking at some of these financials too because Visa had really good earnings yesterday. Another one that had good earnings yesterday, and there might be some sympathy plays. CMG, Chipotle, right? Chipotle jumped up. And I know it's probably shocking you guys if you're the first time you're seeing Chipotle. Chipotle shares traded around $1,300 yesterday. jumped up about $120 after the market closed yesterday, and they're so far hanging out there going into the pre-market. So there may be some sympathy plays there. They're definitely gonna be opening up on a very large gap. Uh, so that'll be something definitely to watch out for. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I did want to kind of look at this at our advanced decliners and see if we go this. You can see the decline yesterday did kind of break a little bit, but nothing really too insane. Like nothing compared to back in June when we made some of those lows. Take a look at the dollar. Right, the dollar came off of its highs yesterday and then has since kind of pushed down, especially after the market yesterday. Oh, sorry, my underwriter just sent me a message. I got my rate revised down for my house that we're about to buy, so. Gotta lock it in. All right. Pop, good morning. How are you? So we could get a fairly slow day to start the day until the Fed does come out. We do have the cash session opening here in about what's that, 14 minutes ish, 13 minutes. So poke. What's up, man? So we'll kind of see, what it gives us. It still looks like we might be opening up on a gap so far. So remember, gap rules will apply. If you don't know the gap rules, go ahead and check out the trade view in the Discord. And I post them at the end of the trade view. I have all the typical rules that we tend to run into throughout the session. Doing fantastic. Good to hear. Good to hear. I like to see that bounce back you had yesterday too. That was good. Right? Had a little bit of tough times on Monday with the M session getting the best of you, but didn't give up, didn't quit, and were able to turn it around and turn it into a good day yesterday. So that was awesome. What's the volume here? Let's click on trade. Let's go to yeah. Volume 161,000 for overnight. So, you know, pretty light volume actually going into the session today. The Apple's getting ready to come above that high of yesterday. There. Oh, what's going on? What's up, Brad? Been off for a few days. Can't miss the FOMC though. Thomas, good to have you back, man. Oh, we're ready. We're ready. Zoom in. Make sure I share my sound. Share sound. There we go. That way everyone's able to hear Reveille when we pop into it. Yeah, I didn't follow my rules and learned a lesson again, hopefully for the last time. You know, it's such a process trading full time that, you know, you typically end up learning lessons all the time. I didn't actually trade very well yesterday. I did squeak out a little win, but only finished up 4.5 points yesterday. So after kind of rushing things and started off the day great and then ended up blowing it. But, you know, that's what happens sometimes. Not much you can do about that. Little volatility kicking on here before the market's starting. All right, let's go ahead and get Reveille going and get the day started. Young Cryptic, good morning. All right, let's get it. Everyone should be nice and motivated. That should just wake you up. That's the first call, the Reveille, to let you know that your day is about to start and to be prepared Typically, if you're in the army, that's letting you know that a run is about to start and you're about to go on a run to start your day. Not everyone's first choice, I'm sure, but definitely something. So Apple's looking to break out above yesterday's high right as the market's getting ready to open. If we take a little peek around the block, we can see oil is up 0.9, sitting about 95. ES is up about almost 1%, 0.95. Gold is down 0.18. NASDAQ's up 1.5, so it's kind of alluding us to that tech is doing fairly well today. The Russell's up 0.73. The Dow's lagging behind, up 0.5, and actually bonds are up 0.12. The VIX has been trading down about 1%, almost 2% early on, sitting at 24.25. We have about 4 minutes left until the market opens up here, and we'll be getting ready to rock and roll. Gets the blood flowing and wakes up the brain, right? Yeah, it's like a habit forming thing. Now, especially we see um we what's that experiment with, what's it called, what's the dude's name, with the dog and the bell?
Pavlov.
Pavlov, there we go. Now you hear that ding and you know it's ready. Time is ready to follow your trade plan and manage risk.
That's funny. You were talking about a dog and a bell, and all I could think of was Back to the Future with the dog, and the doctor.
So we looks like we're going to be opening up on a gap. Still about 2 minutes left, so we'll see. The market did just trade down a couple ticks here. Not really a huge gap, right? 2-point gap here. Remember, overnight inventory is pretty much 100% net long, so might see a correction to that overnight inventory. We are sitting right at that Globex point of control too, so might just see buyers step up above and we get acceptance up into this upper balance. If we get acceptance up into this upper balance, let's go ahead and merge this upper balance level together. You can see that point of control is still sitting right about 39.70. So if it's not a strong reaction on that point of control, there's good odds that we trade up into these single prints, and the top of balance is way up here. So we do have some real estate data coming out at 10 a.m. So that'll be something that could possibly move the market before it opens as well. So we'll definitely be looking out for that. About 1 minute till it starts. We stay over the T2 low and 39.40 singles. I'm staying on the long side, TJ says. Yeah. Yeah, especially if we can hold this low here. Yeah, I it's so funny that there's no definitive hike. You know, it's not like, oh, he's guaranteed going to do 0.75 or he's guaranteed going to do 1%. Market's open. Back and forth here, but the open is still down here, so we haven't broken the open. Remember, they say a strong market doesn't break the open. Buyers looked like they stepped up right here at that Globex point of control. We did open up on a gap. They say don't go against the gap. Coming back down to the open here. Let's see where these buyers are going to try to step up at. If they do step up, right? Oh, wait a minute. Look at Apple trading down early on, right? Oops. Got rejected off of that high from yesterday, got sold off, but is coming back a little bit. You can see the breadth is pretty positive here, 3-1 and 4-1 on the NASDAQ. So, you know, the upside looks pretty strong still. Apple's up about 0.5, AMD's up 2%, Amazon up 2.5%, Google's up 4%, Meta's up 2.5%, Microsoft up 3%, Netflix up 1%, Tesla up 2%. So some bigger names up here pretty big early on during the pre-market. Coming back down to the open there, looking for buyers again or sellers, right? Seeing if they could break that open. There they go. Looking to close the gap. Got a call count for the bot today. So the gap gets filled here. Go ahead and erase this drawing. Weak spot on the profile. Seller's getting a second chance to move down lower here. Not really seeing anything extreme from them. Back down below the open. So there's some selling off the open right there. Let's see if they can get any continuation. Really tight range still. Offer still sitting on this open here pretty much. Right above the open. Got half back in the open, kind of right on the same spot. This low looks a little bit mechanical, right? You're seeing a lot of short covering go down inside that T2 low here, or that prior day high, excuse me. Apple's coming down here. The breath is starting to chill out, especially the NASDAQ breath. We're starting to see the tick come down, but nothing real, nothing real significant. Still sitting at 533. Energy's flipping back and forth from green to red. Healthcare is just barely green. You just saw consumer discretionary flip to red. We've got a lot of things flipping to red early on. They've been, bought up pre-market and post-market yesterday, so looking to maybe come back to reality. And there they go back and forth across the open again, just telling us that, typically we have some indecision in the market. Back and forth. Let's see. So this is where that offer was at initially, around this 60 level. You guys can remember this 60 level from a couple of days ago as well. See if they can get above it. Look for them to short cover and see some initiated buyers stepping up. If we start to get volume back inside this balance zone, like I said, we have this 3970 as that VPOC from our previous balance zone. And if there isn't a real strong reaction off of that level, I kind of expect us to trade up into these single prints. There they go. Weak spot on the profile is that 62.5 here. They trade back past it. A little bit of volume coming in up here. Let's see if they can get some continuation. So they checked back into yesterday's range, traded back up above the open, back to where the volume was at. No real offer sitting on the 60 again. Traded back up, and now we're seeing some volume come in up here at the highs. Only 21 contracts trade on that high tick, though. See Apple flip to green there, breaking the high from yesterday. Amazon actually also just broke that level, as I'm getting an alert on my phone right now for it. Big buy order at the 39.60, so probably a cover there. Let's see where it stays here. 39.60 is becoming a big level once again. Here we go. So they end up holding that 60. Buyers step up here, be looking for that 70 above here. Only 21 contracts traded on the high. Apple's starting to go here. Look at the breath is starting to pick up a little bit. If we look at the advanced decline here, It is pulling back a little bit here, but not too bad. Nice, Dad. Dang, 1,400 bucks already. Good stuff. So here we go. Volume coming in at the top. Let's see if they can push this up. There they go. Looking for that 70 here. Volume still coming in. A little bit of profit taking right there on the 65 here, but nothing really too crazy. A little bit of just backing and filling on this way up. Buyers still willing to step up. There they go. Little offer on the 65.75 gets met with buyers. Give us that 70. Come on, you can do it. We trust you. Weak spot on the profile sitting there at the 65.50. Let's see if these buyers go to fill this in here. Doesn't even get down there that time. Seller's trying to offer the 67.5, but being met by buyers, this thing's going to probably keep going. With that offer that's on the 70, just got scared here. There's 280 lots sitting on the 70, and they backed off quick as the market started to pop up, and when we came back down, they started to show back up here. So interesting. Look at Apple's on the tear. Little peek around the market real quick. The NASDAQ is up 2% already. ES is up a little bit over 1%. Oil's up 1%. Russell's up 0.5%. The Dow's up 0.5%. Bonds are up as well. Apple's up 1.3. AMD's up 2.3. Amazon up 3.3. Google's up 5.1. Meta up 2.7. Microsoft up 4.9. And Tesla up 1.57. So another little push down. So this is that area where, wasn't able to pop the 70. We'll see if how strong of a reaction we get. If this move takes the low out, I would say that's a pretty significantly strong reaction. If not, right, the market just has to look down, kind of fill in this area, look for some more buyers, finding some buyer support. So showing a little bit of lack of demand up here, but not really a ton of supply yet. Unless we break the low, that would kind of show us that there is some supply in the market. But other than that, no. Oh, nice. Did you figure out how to log in there?
I will. But I was trying to figure it out my mom.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Yeah, good work, Dad. Nice, nice, nice. Zoe, good morning. How are you? Let's watch this 65 level. I think some sellers might be trapped right here at the 65. There was 361 lots that traded on the bid. They don't get back down to there. You're going to expect a fairly decent sized move of continuation to the upside here should they pop this point of control. So not really a huge 61 quarter to 67 quarter. Good shit, TJ. Way to stay patient and get in on that pullback too. That was nice. Offer moves down a little bit, trying to sell this 69 level. So there's a 200 lot order on the 69, a 200 lot order on the 70.
Fucking kidding me. Sorry. Right to my stop. That sucks.
Oh, did you get back tick pump?
Yeah. Like to the tick.
That's the worst.
And then it went. Ah, it's all right. Shake it up.
Well, next level up after this 70 here, as we're getting ready to pop through it, is going to be that T2 high at 79. A little bit of absorption up here, and you can see not a lot of buying right here towards the high. That 70 is still holding. Buyers did step up and take in that 60, but not able to find the teammates that they need to take that 70 yet. That 69, excuse me. See, Apple's still on its way up, coming up to that put call level. Doing great. Awesome. Good to hear. So look for the market to do a little bit of backing and filling here. We do have that weak spot still here at 65 quarter, or 65, excuse me, where these sellers were trapped. So they're going to be looking to get back below this level, and they're coming close to it now. A little bit of trades right there. They look like they got trapped again, just one tick lower on the 65.75.
Why is Apple shooting up so much?
Well, just, I mean, with the earnings from Google being so good, you know, people are probably expecting Apple to be, you know, sympathizing. And good morning, Kevin. How are you? Damn, NASDAQ not stopping. Got 5 contracts from 1209. Let's go, Pope.
Good morning to you. It's a nice early run up.
Yeah, not bad at all, huh? Okay. I mean, still not a gigantic range, right? About 20 points, a little bit less than 20 points of a range still, but we are running into that point of control. So we can expect, you know, some responsive selling at these areas. So if you are in a long or took a long, right, this is an area where you want to be taking some off. We were able to get to that 70 level. That was our first target. You know, that next target, if we're able to find some buyers up here, would be that 79. And then really, I think those single prints up above are a target as well. Just not sure if we're going to be able to make it up there into today, as we don't really see a ton of ooh, sellers just got trapped again. Sellers are trapped on that 68.75 here. I think. See, the breath has cooled off a little bit here too, guys. So this is why I'm kind of, you know, as we're going up, the breath is kind of cooling off, letting us know that there's probably some profit taking, you know, slowly happening. But, you know, you ride the bull as long as you can until till it till you can't hold on anymore. So they get back below that level. Sellers held that 71 that time, but let's see if they can hold it again. Starting to see the market cool off a little bit up here and a lot of absorption coming in on this point of control, right? So that's a decent sign that we are seeing a little bit of responsive selling here. The DD buy is a double down for my uncle's bot. So it's doubling down on its buy order. And if we take a peek over here at AMD, AMD is looking pretty strong. So it actually ended up coming down below that 87, right? Remember, we were kind of looking or targeting that on Monday down to the downside. It ended up hanging out below it and then below it pretty much all day yesterday, but now it's popped it above, and that zero gamma level is up at 90. So that could be the target for AMD today to get back to that zero gamma. You can see Amazon doing okay here. Google really doing well, up about 4%, coming back up to that put call level. Meta even doing good, up 3%. Microsoft up 4.5%. Netflix up 1%, not doing terrible. And Tesla up 2.5%. Still like to see Tesla get above its high from yesterday, really, because it made a high. Tesla looked like the only bull in the room yesterday before really getting the push down for the most part yesterday. So. See if we can find out where they're getting in at here. Apple's still on the rise. But yeah, like I was saying earlier, Apple's coming up to that put call level, that gamma level. Like I was saying earlier, this interest rate decision today is really kind of the only time in a while where you've seen so many different opinions as far as how the raise is going to go. It seemed like the last meeting back in February was almost definitive that it was going to be a 0.75 rate hike, but today there's a lot of speculation around a 1% or 1 point, and then even all the way down to a 0.5 point, and then also speculation on the back end of how the raises are going to go in September. Right after this meeting, we get a kind of a Fed blackout until September, so no meeting in August. But it's spread out between experts, and I'm using that term in quotations because experts on the market are basically self-defined. People just deem themselves experts. Like, yeah, I'm an expert. I'm like, are you though? So point of control shifts up. Market's below. If the market pops above, that could be good moves or good fuel to move to the upside, but stays below. It's definitely going to be showing us this a little bit of absorption up here at the top and a responsive seller coming in around that 70 level. We want to look to see what the response is. Uncle Stacy, thank you for the like on the stream. Seller's trying hard on this 68 level to hold, but they're not doing a great job. And they just got trapped right there on the 68. So if this thing holds above the 68 too much longer, might see more short covering take the high. Back above the point of control. Seller's still trapped on the 68. Got 5 minutes until the next period opens up. Big bid steps up on the 69.50. Let's see how they get traded. They do trade, so seller moves down, willing to sell that inventory. So a bigger buyer just got out of the market right there. It looked like. Yeah, bigger buyer looked like they took profit up there. Seller trying to offer the 68 level again. You can tell volume starting to thin out, or at least participation is starting to thin out a bit here with about 3 minutes left until the next period opens up. Oil's up at $96 here. Bonds are still green. The VIX is coming down back below 24 again, 23 and 3/4, down about 3.5%.
3 minutes.
Or we have data coming in at the top of the hour as well, so just be prepared for that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the pending home sales month over month is going to come out in 2 minutes. $819 contracts traded on the high. 1 minute, or about a minute and a half left until this next period opens up. Remember, if we get acceptance here above this point of control, above this 270 level, that the first target's gonna be 79, then the second target will be these upper single prints, and then really the high of balance, the high of this daily balance is all the way up at 40.17. So Apple's still on the rise here. Little bit of covering here, getting close to that put call ratio too. Call put is 118 to 31, so a lot more calls getting put in than puts here. 15 seconds. Take a look at the volume as well as this gets ready to start. There goes B period.
Wow, that's bad.
Let's see. It came in negative 8.6. So the number was not great. Expected negative 1.5, and the forecast was, our previous month was 0.4. But typically the market doesn't care about bad news. So. Yeah, so not great real estate data here, especially not year over year. Volume in that last period. Took a small scalp on that from the 70 to the 66. Oof, TJ, you're a brave man. Volume's 14% less than yesterday, so not really an increase in volume here. You can see the tick is slowly still grinding down as well, and you're starting to see that that unweighted sector start to flip. You can see the breadth is really chilling out, and the sectors here are starting to chill out as well too. So a lot of profit taking, I think, up there as combined with maybe a responsive seller, but no real significant reaction, right? A little bit of excess on the high. We'll see how far they bring this thing back down. Then here's those numbers in case anyone was wondering. You can see those pending home sales month over month, 8.6 compared to negative 1.1. Next report is that in 27 minutes at the bottom or the half of the hour is crude oil inventories, and that should be a pretty decent sized mover. These come out every Wednesday as well, so typically it'll be more of an effector of oil in the Dow than the S&P, but we'll kind of see here. My understanding of these pending home sales is really just that they are saying that the amount of homes that are in escrow getting ready to be sold is 8% less than last month, and then 18% less than last what are we in, July still? Yeah, so last June of last year. So not as many people buying houses right now, which makes sense because interest rates are up, so not as many people can afford it, I guess. Or not as many people want to buy a house with the interest rates high.
Yeah, but the Fed raising doesn't necessarily correlate 1-to-1 to mortgage value. So
Right, but it does affect it. But yeah, you're right. It doesn't. It's not like a 1-to-1 ratio. They just use it as like a guideline, kind of, more than anything.
yeah, problem is everybody gets stuck in these arms and then they get screwed.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't even understand how those are legal, but I mean, if we went around the block on how many things we understood are legal, then we'd probably never understand anything. See if B period's going to take that high, looking to take these stops up here, definitely getting some gas here. Weak spot on the profile, 70 quarter.
Especially when it makes no sense and people are just, working a regular job or doing whatever. It's like, if you're not doing anything different now, why is anything gonna be different in 3 years? It's gonna make you qualify for more money, you know what I mean? Or a better rate or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, I could drive myself crazy trying to make sense of all of the issues or deals here. Looks like a lot of profit taking up there on the 72 here by buyers, but let's see if they can get some continuation. 999 contracts up there. Yeah. So big profit getting took right there. Another big buyer sat on the 70. We do have a weak spot above now, 69 half. Or yeah, pretty much like right on the 70. You can see some offers moving down here again. So I would say that's a fairly strong reaction from above, right? We want to see the continuation here, monitor for tempo, and if more volume starts to come in. Starting to see a little bit of push down here. You can see the breath cooling off big time, 1.9 here, getting below that 0 level for the first time there, and then a lot of the unweighted sectors are red here, and that you can see unweighted sectors leading us below this 0 line down here on the weighted AD code. Or as I call it, the weighted AD code. Flip level here is going to be 70, right? We want to be patient, let this market get back above 70 and start to hold and build some volume before we get that continuation to the upside. Good excess on the high now. Back down to the VWAP here at 39.6475 is where I'm looking at the VWAP. Weekly VWAP down 39.51.
Is my mic working today, Brad?
Let's go.
It is.
Oh, nice.
So weak spot on the profile above this 64 half here, 64.75. So sellers coming down to offer this 64. They're going to be looking to probably target the open. A little bit of mechanical buying right here, looks like off of the half back though. Walmart's breaking out to the upside here. Financials are doing terrible though. A little bit of backfilling here. 250 lots just traded on that 65, and it looks like 11 people are trapped down there. Remember, watch that 70 level. That's where all that profit taking happened. Above that 70, we might see a little bit of a move back to the upside, but until we get above that 70, we're probably just looking at a bunch of profit taking here from people that are long early on.
And you're seeing that on the DOM?
Yeah, I am looking at the DOM. I mean, but it's not like it's, it's not like it's like showing it, as far as like a black and white, like, hey, this is what's happening. It's more of just my interpretation of what's happening. And I've been known to be wrong from time to time.
Not very often, but when you are.
When I am, it's small. I don't hold on
What do
to
we pay for?
losers. It's surprising because Jared's still my friend, so didn't
Wow.
got him.
The fuck?
So still some offering coming in up here, doing a little offering still up on the 69, right? They tried to offer that 69 earlier, weren't able to hold it. It popped up. What was that high tick, about 72 quarter, 72.50 maybe. And then we saw a bunch of profit taking above, so that B low looks fairly mechanical, right? Sitting right at the half back. Showing a lot of buyers stuck at 70. Yeah, that was that profit taking right there, up at the 70, that 432 lots. Yeah, that's what I'd like to see, because if everyone started rushing for the door around that 70 level, and then you had a bigger trader that just pushed through the door at that level to get out, and then you had that big drop down to half back, I'd like to see us get above that 70 level to convince me of this upside. If not, we could just be in for a little bit more rotation throughout the rest of the day too, especially until the Fed doesn't come on till 2 p.m. Eastern time. TJ said just watch the 1 minute chart to see that stuff. No DOM for me. If that works for you, then by all means. I'm not a huge fan of the 1 minute chart, but if you're not watching it to trade off of, then that's a little bit different. If you're trading off a 1 minute chart, I think it can just scramble your brain. And then I made an updated workspace today for Sierra charts. Well, I actually made it last night, but I'll post it today. Something that I like, and then I added the order flow chart because I know you guys love the fucking order flow chart.
What do you think about shorting between 70 and 72, Brad?
Yeah,
Yeah.
not for me. Yeah, I'm not that brave.
Okay.
I mean, there's
let's go.
there's opportunity, right? Because there's excess up there, so the B has good excess, letting us know that there is a seller up there. We are getting a bit of a response off of this previous point of control, right? Especially the back trying to break up into balance. That B low holding kind of seems like a lack of supply to me, especially if we get back down and get a little bit closer and then don't break it again. But I'm seeing a lot of
What do you
steps
see,
get
Jared,
skipped.
that you would want to go short there?
I see that it obviously broke on that last little rip up, but I see 3 rejection candles up there, and I see a lot of profit taking, which would tell me that if they get up above there again, I would think there would be a good chance that they'd probably take profit again, and maybe this time more sellers will step in because it looks enticing, but who knows?
Not doubting what you say, but why would a 300 lot buyer be profit taking at the 70? So you that not like a just a simple 300 lot order, but what I'm saying is if you had somebody that's long from the open, right? We had a bunch of volume come in. The market kind of did a little bit of this. We even looked below the prior day high. That responsive buyer was waiting down there. And so as the market got up, they're slowly taking profit. And then they moved, what I think, moved their stop loss up to that 70. So as we came down, that's where they decided to call it. Right? A shorter time frame trader, we know it's shorter time frame traders in the market today for the most part. And I think that's just where they decided to take profit at. Weak spot on the profile, 72 quarter. See if they can get down there. They're there, trying to offer. Littering in. There they go. $19 contracts on that high tick. You can see the volume coming in up here. 2,000 volume on that well, second to high there. Buyers still trying to lift the offer up here, but sellers are trying to, they're doing a decent idea. I pay attention to where the candles start and stop. It shows me the info inside the 30-minute TPO. So when I want to take a trade based off my TPO, I lined up my entries with the 1 minute. Yeah, that's a good idea to get those high quality entries, because a lot of times the entry can make or break a trade. That's for sure. Right? You can be right on the trade, but your entry was wrong, your timing was off, and then boom.
Can you repeat that? I couldn't understand what you're saying.
So TJ said, I pay attention to where the candles start and stop. It shows me the info inside the 30-minute TPO. So when I want to take a trade based off my TPO, then I line up my entries with the 1 minute. A stop loss would be a sell. I'm showing aggressive buyers. So Roach, this is where, and this is why I don't really like using the DOM or like people using the DOM until they really understand how Delta, and I'm not trying to say that you don't understand, but the way that the order traded, right? So it traded on the offer, right? But it looks and it looks like a buy order, but this can be, aggressions from someone moving that stop loss up to get out of the market. That's why it's tough to decipher, really, and it's a big thing why I really don't like Delta on the futures market, is because, they play these games with us on purpose to try to get people to be like, oh, there's huge Delta on, let's use, what was a big level earlier, 67, right? There's probably a good amount of positive Delta because we're above it on the 67, showing that, that could be a big buyer, but that easily could have been a big seller, right? Could have been just a passive seller. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? I just think, and I'm just thinking that level was old money. I don't think it was new business. I think it was an old money position getting out. Dr. VJ, Crypto Chemist, back in black. What's up, man? Been a while. How you doing? Dr. VJ said, I heard you talk about the DOM. I only have a standard NinjaTrader DOM. Can you talk more about your DOM, please? I mean, my DOM just shows like a bid and ask profile, and then, the resting orders and trading orders. The DOM on NinjaTrader is really not very helpful. There is some add-ons that you can buy that are um, that are, you know, better than the standard NinjaTrader DOM, but they're kind of a bit pricey. And still, when you try to run them, a lot of times when you try to run add-ons with NinjaTrader, it starts to bog the system down, so it just becomes like a gigantic pain in the ass.
So what DOM are you using?
I use Sierra charts, but I'm really only using my DOM to track inventory and place my trades.
Moment of truth. Let's see if sellers step up here on 72.
Jared's living on the edge today.
No,
you go-
actually,
did you
hey,
go
guess-
short?
I actually did go short. I got short from 73
shit.
and I took it down to 71 and I got out and I'm just watching right now. Let's see what it
Oh,
does.
okay. At least you got out.
With one
Oh, I
lot,
did the
Brad.
same thing.
You guys are fucking
72,
animals.
75 and got out at 71.50.
Nice. Yeah.
And I did not trust it.
Yeah, it was one of those ones where it's like it hit, so I'm just gonna take it because I know Brad's probably right. This thing's getting ready to run up. I was like, I'm just gonna do one lot. I could be like, if I could tell the chat,
Yeah.
be like, fucking work, Brad. I don't know what he's talking about.
I was
So-
just looking
so what
at
is
it
the
because like the previous day's high, I guess it was Monday's high was like 78. So unless it rushed to there, so I thought we were fairly safe.
Did that help, Roach? I'm not trying to like confuse anybody. Let me see if I can take this 30-minute volume profile and if we can turn it into a. Let me move this out of the way. Actually, see if we can
But
turn
what's
it
the fee on
into.
just one tick? when you get
Yeah,
out?
bud. I can't type that fast. You know what I mean? But
Oh yeah.
I was looking at. You know what I was looking at? I was looking at a footprint chart that I got filtered out to show me 100 lots or better. So I see a 300 lot. A 300 lot comes in, bam, lifts the offer, and the market dumps out. So I'm assuming he's stuck. Nothing's 100%. I understand that. But I see him lift the offers, and boom, the market goes against him. I'm thinking he's stuck at 70. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I do understand Delta, and your explanation was good. I'm not, you know what I mean? Like I said, I'm not trying to argue. I know you're right. You know your shit. I'm trying to understand why you were saying there was profit take. You know what I mean? When I saw 300 sellers something, you were saying profit taking. I couldn't figure that out.
Yeah, and I wasn't trying to say that you were wrong because I could, you know, that's what's hard to tell because you could definitely be right. Could have been a buyer who tried to step up and the seller was just waiting there and just smashed him down and then he got trapped too. So it just looked like the way that it traded to me, and that's kind of why I like the TPO, because I really do base a lot of, I mean, pretty much all of my trading off of the reactions. And so we got that level and it just popped down, and as it popped down, it just slowly started to creep back up. So I think if there was a big responsive seller that was swallowing that guy up, they would have, I mean, probably definitely taken this B low, but really looked to trade back under the open. It just, like, as soon as it did, like, we picked up big tempo and then all of a sudden just died out. And so it's like, I mean, we're still kind of right at that level, right? That guy was at the 70, so you know, it could be either or here.
I mean, he also could have been long above 70 and saw it coming back down and jumped right up. You know what I mean?
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
You know, possibly. We don't know what's going on. I'm just, you know, and I'm not saying you're, like I said, I love the way you read the market, the way they're trapped and everything. I'm trying to figure out how you're doing it. You know what I mean? I'm trying to learn. So that's why I you know, I've been watching the Dome and footprints for a while, but I don't read them as good as you. So that's why I'm trying to, you know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and then
I appreciate
are you on Sierra charts?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna post my template. I'll just post it right now in the Discord too. Well, I mean, I could post it right now. I don't want to throw you guys off, but I do have a footprint chart that I made that's color coded like this. So it looks like this kind of, except for it has like the bid and the ask separation. But that might be able to help you too, because it just with the red, white, and blue.
I use that too.
Oh, okay.
Well,
cool.
no, I have. Okay, wait, I don't use yours, but I have a footprint chart up too. But I also have one. I have a couple of them up. I have one that's a 4-tick PNF. I have a 12-tick PNF, and then I have the filtered one.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I like those.
But I will look
point
at
and figure looks good.
Yeah, I will use. I will look at your footprint, but I thought maybe you were thinking I didn't have one with both sides on. I was only using a filtered one. I just keep that on the side, kind of like reading the tape, but only the large orders show up.
Right, right.
You know what I mean? But I could see on a chart a little bit better than on the tape. But yeah, I will look at your footprint. Sorry to interrupt you there. What were you
Oh,
going to
you're
say about
good.
your footprint color?
No, I just have it color coded like this, and it just kind of eliminates some of the noise, and it makes it really easy to see the thinner spots. It's the same way on the DOM. That's why I have that bid and ask profile, and then I just on the DOM I'm constantly like, you know, if you right click on the DOM, you can get rid of the here. Let me just pull up the DOM real quick. File.
Now on the DOM, do you show like the last traded? That's what I'm looking at on the DOM. I look at
It's
like
not it.
I forget what they're called, but they quickly disappear and show up.
Batch. There it is. Okay, so with the DOM
Yeah, you
here, yeah, I have like I don't know how to get rid of the volume profile on the left, but it just constantly, but so for here, like right when we start to just get in this range again, what I'll do is I'll right click and I'll clear all the volume off of the sides. And this is how I'm looking to track, because we can, you know, we kind of see the inventory and we know where the volume's at here. So this is how I'm really tracking that that inventory and kind of where it's at. And then basically with this, as we're coming back down to certain levels, right? Because it's not, you know, as it's in like the volume area, it's really just not that important. But so as we come back down to half back, if the market were to come down to half back, or as we get up close to the high, I'm looking to see the aggression from these sellers. So we can see that these sellers right here got aggressive on the 69 quarter, right? And this is why this is, I mean, this is basically a footprint, but it's just there's no time attached to it. Now you can see buyers trying to lift the offer and running into a little bit of absorption up here as this thing starts to grow, right? And so this is kind of gives us these little tight ranges. So we've got this 69 quarter, big buyers trying to step up. They're able to take it. So the offer gets lifted. The weak spot shows here 71.
Yeah. I have that on my footprint, Delta, the one you're showing me there on the right. The only thing I didn't know you could clear. I didn't know you could clear it.
Yeah, yeah, it's nice. Yeah, yeah, it really helps to be able to clear it, I think.
Yeah, definitely. That's because all it is a volume profile. If you don't clear it, it's just
right, exactly.
Basically a volume profile.
So is that on Sierra chart right there,
Brad? Yeah, that's on Sierra charts. And yeah, Kevin, I saw you.
Thanks, Brad.
Yeah, of course, no problem. I saw your question, Kevin. Sierra charts does have a free trial.
On Apex?
On Apex, yeah.
What, you'd be shocked, Brad. I actually entered a long.
Okay, yeah.
I know, 68 and a quarter. We were talking about it and I was like, I'm gonna buy it.
Yeah, it's growing.
I know. I sold right there at 71, 75.
I'm in a long here still, but I just have one lot left from the 66.75.
Yeah, I don't know if Sierra has a free trial, but I mean they're cheap. It's cheap. There's no better value out there. I don't think. I mean, I've been using them. I used to get them for free. I used to get Sierra for free for years. Yeah.
I don't know what it is about Roach's voice, but if I die, I want him to read my eulogy.
Yeah, he sounds like he's from the Northeast, huh?
I thought it was Gilbert Godfrey for a minute.
He seems like a real straight. He just seems like a real straight shooter, you know.
Oh yeah, I'll tell you how it is.
People on the Northeast, that's how they are. They don't fuck around like when it comes to like you know they're really straight to the point. Yeah, it's nice because
straight to the point.
Yeah, you don't get any.
I just threw my uncle out of my kid's birthday party the other day, so that's how straight to the point I am. Get out and stay out.
It was Morgan Freeman, but now it's Roach. You'd be like, you know, he wasn't a fucking smart guy.
No, I'm glad to be here, though, Brett. I love the way you look at the market. That's how I always try to do it too.
Awesome. Yeah,
I'm a little shorter term, but yeah, I'm a little short. I took a boot camp years ago on the TPO too, but I just can't get nothing out of it. I don't know. I watched the guy trade in the room afterwards. I never seen him make a nickel. He charged all this money, traded. He showed you everything, and he honestly never made a nickel. I never seen him make a trade, make money. But I like what you're doing, and like I said, I'm glad to be here. So
Yeah, glad to
thanks.
have you. Appreciate it.
All right, Brad, you care to hear what I'm thinking right now? Because normally I'm your best indicator.
No, I'm not really. I
Yeah.
don't. No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead, Jared.
I'm your best indicator. I'm like, I'm gonna go short here. Brad's like, perfect. Everybody's gonna go long. No,
I just
I'm gonna tell
whisper.
you, okay.
You guys going to the park? Okay.
Here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking if we don't knock out this 74 here, I think we're gonna go down and probably down to the below.
Yeah, they're definitely possible here. Let me look at the volume. And in case you guys are wondering where I get the volume stats from, I just go to Jim Dalton's website, click on resources, click NYSE volume, and it just tells you right here. So about 13% less. So it's not like a magical land of voluminous that I just find it from. It's just right there. And if you guys do get a chance, Jim does have a primer coming up soon. I think it's like $400. I think worth the cash for sure. Oh, hang on, I missed a bunch of comments. This too, what's up, bro? You're short the 71, not telling anyone else to. Pretty sure Sierra Charts gives you free crypto data. Yeah, it does. You can get the free trial, but it's 20-minute delayed data. It's only like $33 a month, and if you open up an Apex account too, like I'm trading my Apex account today because we got the FOMC, so I'm taking a little bit less risk today, but we can you can connect it to Rhythmic and connect it to that, and the data will just go through, and it costs, I think it's like $36 a month actually. One guy here sounds like Bill Harder, Barry from SNL. Thank you. That is a powerful DOM. I need a proper training to use it, my friend. And how much is the monthly fee for Sierra? Perfect. That has answered that question. Taking Jim's class starts August 3rd. Ace, good shit. Let us know how it is, right? And then take some notes for us and then come back to the community and share some information. That'd be awesome. Where's Discord at? Let me just post this real quick. Where should I post it at? Resources, Sierra Charts. Here we go. Upload a file. That Brad charts. There we go. All right. That way I don't forget, because I'm a forgetter sometimes. We also fixed our website. Like I said, not that it matters because it doesn't do anything except look cool. And when I say we, I mean I fixed it. And I also fixed my email. So if you guys have any questions that you're looking to be more long formatted, or Discord is just not your thing, don't be afraid to send me an email. Peter's going to be there as well. Hell yeah, good stuff. And then I think Jim has a class, an actual intensive in, I want to say September or November. I can't remember though. So don't quote me. I'm sure he'll do some webinars and let everybody know. There's the primer. Yeah, I don't see it on his website yet for the intensive later on this year, but I think there is one down like back in September. But look at all that volume coming up above around that 72 level here. That C low, mechanical low, sitting right at that B half back. Yeah, I mean, I just, because of how unsure people are with the interest rates coming out today, I would just be careful of really going against the trend. Like, I mean, right now we are kind of just moving up and not really breaking these mechanical lows, so really kind of showing us a lack of supply. If we get back above that 72, you're probably see some short covering. But if they're able to take that C low, there's definitely good odds to at least get back down to that B low and see if they've got the juice down there to break below. Looks like some short covering here on the 70 quarter. Oh, and then also, so I just uploaded the um the what's it called? The
Sierra chart,
template. Yeah, the Sierra chart template. So on there you'll see the um
under Sierra charts.
yeah, it's under Sierra charts. So it should have a DOM, it should have a 10 range chart, it should have a 10 tick reversal chart that I use for the cash only, that has a volume profile on it. The 10 range chart has the VWAP on it, the weekly VWAP, and then it has a Bill Williams. I think it's the Bill Williams. Is it? Oh, it might be the whole moving average, just to show me where the center point is. And then the order flow chart, and then also the time in sales. So something I like to use is this time in sales here. Right, green is traded on the offer, red's traded on the bid. When you see it highlighted in green, that shows aggression, like it lifted the offer aggressively, right? Maybe traded through a couple of ticks. Same thing here, traded through the bid here, a few ticks. And then you'll see pink, maybe, I haven't seen it yet, but you'll see a pink bar load, and that will just show an order of over 100 lots. And then if you see it like a light blue or a clearish blue, that'll show you a buy order of 100 or more lots. And then I have it filtered to show me only 10 lots or more. But in the course, I go like way in depth into all of the charts that I've been utilizing lately. The footprint chart I added yesterday, just because I know everybody loves it. And it can be useful when the market is slow like this, I think. Just when the market starts to get a little bit more volatile, it can be a really dangerous thing to pay attention to. So we're getting back up to the top here, looking for a little bit of short covering. You got 249 lots sitting on the 74. Not really seeing a ton of aggression yet from these buyers. I would like to see some shorts start to cover and take that B high. We have a poor high so far. You can see Apple, I mean, even the ES, right? If we really start to dig into this, starting to see a small P shape. We've got the stem up, a little bit of a P shape here. Still within that initial balance, if you're an initial balance trader, or if that's something that you track, right? A low, B high, still within that. So and it's a pretty tight range. Typically when the A and the B or A and B range are pretty tight, it means that there's going to be bigger range expansion should these levels break. But the theory behind initial balance is basically saying when these parameters are set, that shorter term time frame traders are basically establishing levels for a two-way trade, right? So unfair low, unfair high, right? Kind of balance, right? We're seeing a little bit more of a P shape here with the, the stem of the A and that B not able to break that A half back. And you can see kind of Apple's looking similar, except for its B period didn't take that high of day here. Boeing CEO says not seen any fall in demand for planes. Naturally, because everyone's building fucking planes because we're about to go to World War. My mom just sent me a text. She said, "Morning, just wanted to let you know I was thinking about you. I love you, Bradley." Man, what a treat, huh? So still looks like some absorption up here around that 72 level, right? Jared's just in here fucking selling the ask over and over and over. When are we gonna give it up, Jared?
Never.
I almost said that. Just to... nice.
Bunch of shorts getting covered here, it looks like on the tape.
All right, Brad, I got out. You can run it up. I don't give a shit. Take it up. Get me a better entry point.
Just gonna stay short all day, huh?
No, well, I go back and forth. You know me, but I was I was gonna say I saw a funny TikTok video the other day, Brad. I was gonna tell you about. It was somebody said that somebody honked their horn at them when they're in a McDonald's drive-through. So when they got to the first drive-through window, they're like, you know what? I'm gonna pay for this person's order. And then that when they got to the second window, they showed them both receipts and took their food.
Damn. Savage. Like, oh, you wanna fucking honk at me in the drive-thru?
Yeah, you know, that would be hilarious. They get to the first window, they're like, oh, the person in front of you paid for your food. They're like, oh, nice. Then they get to the second window and they're like, yeah, we don't have an order for you.
Yeah. Yeah, just all excited and then boom, disappointment. Whew.
Yeah, I thought that was great. I got bad news for you though, Brad, because I got out. This thing's gonna just rip down.
because you got out. That VWAP sitting down there on the 67. We saw that be a bigger level earlier today. Let's see, as this thing's auctioning down, back to the B open here. So there's your first sign that there actually is a seller. We broke that mechanical C low. Not really much buying off the B open. Right down to the 67 VWAP. And buyers, for the most part, I mean, since the market's open, this thing's kind of been above the VWAP all day.
Here's the real question, Brad. If it gets down to the B low, would you buy it?
I'm already in it.
What's that?
I said I'm already in it. I bought the 67.
I know. I thought about buying the 67 quarter.
Yeah, so watch the 72 here again. That's where all this volume came in. You can see, I mean, just kind of just pouring in back and forth. I'm not really married to this position. I already had one long and just added another one on that 72 or 67, excuse me, but looking for that 72 on this one. So nothing really nothing really extravagant. That poor high up there really is kind of showing us a lack of demand at those higher prices, and that's you know, it's, I guess, just disappointing, really. RR on buying value area high wouldn't be there for me. Oh, the risk to reward.
Got to be ready to hit that reverse button.
Yeah, not a button that I really use, but I am willing to cut,
We're
cut a
into
trade.
reverse button.
I don't
If
know.
you
I don't use it.
It should be illegal to really have it, honestly, but it's used to.
No, not right yet. I'm just good.
Oh, okay.
We're gonna go to the.
Did you figure out your password?
Oh, I didn't have the account.
It's screenshotted. It's not a big deal. The market's not really doing anything right now.
Oh, we're gonna go to.
Okay. Not really. I try to use your debit card because this thing's not really working. So watch above this 72 here. If they're able to pop that 72, we might get some more short covering that takes that B high. But if not, it'll just keep getting this selling. Know people that make money doing that. Not trying to shit on it, just saying it's not how I personally trade. You don't trade breakouts though. Basically just FOMO. Yeah, especially not in a market that's not in a breakout mode. I definitely wouldn't. My minimum points that I take profit, Thomas, is really just it's more of just on a feel. It just kind of depends on what you're looking to get and what the market's telling you. It's really hard to set a specific, okay, I'm going to take this at this. I always do have a plan, like right here. So my plan on this lot was to take profit at 72. Haven't I don't know if we touched it. Well, we did just touch it a little bit, but I didn't get filled. I must be last in line. But it's really all kind of just what the chart is telling you. I mean, the big thing is really you just got to have a plan. You know what I mean? If you just don't have a plan, then it only hit 71, 75. Oh, okay, that makes sense.
So if you get
What's up?
if you get in and out on one tick, where's the fee on that?
$5, and you make 12.50, so you make like $8 on one tick. So you guys are going to the park. Oh, did he? Again, Jared, stop selling that fucking 72 so I can get filled over here. Jesus.
I was just adding lots of it. And I was like, once you said that, I was dying. I was like, oh, shit. It's like you see my orders, like order fill, order. I had to check, see if my mic was on.
TJ said he's leaning towards a pullback to the VWAP. VWAP is sitting down at the 67 once again. Yeah, let's see if they step down here. There's a lot of lifting of the offer going on the 71. And there's a weak spot down here at 70 quarter. Looks like we have some sellers probably trapped on the 69.75 that were trying to catch that breakdown and got stuck. Now they're about to give me my fucking lunch money.
Did you take it, you greedy bastard?
Of course.
There you go.
I didn't get filled though. Because it didn't trade. No offers traded there. The profit target's still sitting on the 72. Weak spot right here, 70 quarter. This is where those sellers looked like they got trapped right here on the 69.75. Looks like more sellers just got trapped on the 79 quarter here. Let's see if they can pop that 72 this time. They're still offering up here. Sellers are starting to move down, it looks like. $69.75 is the level they need to get below. There we go.
Order.
Are you just shorting like 50 lots for 2 points right there?
No.
Are you still waiting to get filled on the 72?
Yeah, I still have my profit target on the 72.
It's like, you will either move or I will get you to move. You'd be proud, Brad. The most lots I've had on today was 2. But
Oh,
for the most
good.
part, I've just been taking 1 lot trades all day. And so far I've been pretty profitable. But I've just been taking profit like relatively quickly. Like I'll catch a 1.5 move and just take it.
Willing to scale out and move my entry up if they give me a chance. Time for some chai. You could see 74.85 potentially happening, but this shit looks pretty extended to me. Doesn't mean they can't keep melting up. One time framing. Yeah. And I mean that C low is still kind of mechanical, right? One tick below that B open. So, you know, we had a little bit of supply that broke that B half back, but nothing really significant, and didn't get back down to the half back of the profile or the B low. And if they give up this 72, oh my god, if we touch a 72 one more time and don't fucking fill it, there we go. Thank God.
Dude, I think we're getting ready to rip up. I'm not gonna lie.
I hope so.
We've been one time framing up and then just, yeah, you can just see the writing on the wall. Looks like we're getting ready to rally up.
You'd stop fucking shorting. You could.
I'm not in. Take it up.
I just have 1 lot left on here, so I'm down to just go up. Look for that 79 and then these single prints up here. This too, you're still short? You're shorting? You said the
What single prints are you seeing?
single prints from what day was this? The 22nd.
Oh, I got you. Sure.
So buyer stepped up here Aaron Sanchez. You guys know that cook guy? He's good. Around the 71 here. So if they don't really hold, it does look like some offers are moving down to push this thing, at least to respond a little bit. Offer 72 quarter.
Wouldn't you assume, Brad, that like a lot of people don't want to get overextended because of news coming out today? They're just like, I don't want to know if I want to be buying up here. You know what I mean? That's kind of what I would be thinking.
Yeah. Oh, from 71, 72. Oh, yeah, so you're just chilling. Yeah, I think, I don't think anyone wants to get too extended on either side, which is why I think we're still just kind of trading in such a tight range. I do think there was a decent amount of selling early on, which is what caused that gap close and a lot of people to get trapped. A lot of momentum traders got trapped at the lows, and they're probably, you know, right here getting ready to piss on their pants. But there you go. Double top here. Buyers really just kind of taking profit here on the 73.75. Not showing too much aggression, looking to take up to these highs yet. Freaking shit, motherfuckers.
You still have one lot open.
Yep.
What time does the Fed come
Brad
out?
chicken shit. You know what? You wouldn't want to buy up here either.
Shit, if I had 1 million lots to spend, I'll take us all the way up to those single prints. Like, you motherfuckers want that position? Here, let me bring the market up there and give it to you. But you got to think about, right? So market makers, a key way to think about it is the market makers are looking to make the spread, right? They're looking to buy from the sellers and sell to the buyers, and they're looking just to make that one tick difference. They're just make them have to buy it back. Yeah, exactly. Better buy this shit back. And it's like, but that's what they're looking to do. So it's not like market makers are out here just hunting our stops. I know that's a common misconception, or out there just like, trying to manipulate the market. They're really just trying to balance or facilitate trade. It's just that markets are not efficient. I know a lot of people are big believers in that efficient market theory. It's just not something that I buy into. I think if markets were efficient, there would be no opportunity to trade, right? Because if markets were efficient, a computer would trade them, and a computer is going to be quicker and less emotional than a human, and because humans are allowed to trade the market is what makes them inefficient, right? Because if I gave you a paper and told you to copy it word for word, were you able to get in there to sign that or no? If I give you a paper and told you to copy it word for word, but without using spell check, and I just read it to you, how many of you would have spelling errors? Right? I know I would for sure. Because humans are inefficient at certain things, right? Especially things that they don't practice at. Whereas a computer, it knows how to spell the words because we've told it how the words are spelled and programmed it. So it's going to spell the words the right way. And it's the same thing with the market, right? If the market was efficient, I don't think there would be any opportunity to trade. You would just know what the market's doing because the market would trade off like EPS or something like that, right? Like, there's a big theory going on right now with the earnings per share. Hang on a second. They didn't get all those stops right there. That wasn't a full cleanup there. Let's see if they go back and give it one more college try. Oh. Give them up. Basically the EPS for the S&P 500 is normally at about 19%, right? And right now it's sitting about 40% above that 19. It's like 19.8 EPS. And so with us being about 40% above that, 40% below the current market price would take the market down to like 2,500 or something close to that, right? So obviously in a perfect world, the market wouldn't do that, right? We wouldn't be in this situation where the market is just not trading at a normal EPS for such an extended period of time. Eventually it would have these, slow and steady gains, and you'd be able to, get these fixed rates on your returns, right? And you'd know exactly, how much money you would have if you start putting $100 in the S&P 500 when you turn 18 years old, $100 a month for 40 years or whatever it is, and the average earnings is 19.8%. Well, you would know exactly how much money you have if it was efficient. But because it's not, you could have a bunch of money, right? But people that started investing, let's say a lot of the 18-year-olds that just started putting money in the S&P at the beginning of this year, well, you know, for every dollar they put in, they're down about 20%, 20 cents on that, 20 cents per dollar from the start of the year. So, you know, not a buyer into that. But that's good because that gives us the opportunity to trade, right? If it was an efficient market, like a lot of people are believing, then we would know what's going to happen, and we could more accurately predict what's going to happen, and there would be less opportunity to trade.
None of these fun guys know what they're talking about. I mean, I don't know how they call experts or what they got to do to become an expert, but they're
fun.
terrible. You know, these fidelities and these different places.
Oh yeah.
You know,
Well, a lot of these.
I
Oh, go ahead, Kevin. Sorry.
I was just gonna say when I transferred jobs once and had a rollover, and as you pick your own funds, and it's like I don't know 6 or 8 years ago, whatever. But you know, just me flipping a coin, just picking ones for myself. At the end of the year, I was at 13%. My fund that I paid people the manager was at 1%. You know, it's like these guys are paid, and plus plus paying fees, so if I lost some money, I don't know. I don't know what constitutes an expert on those guys.
Yeah, I think it's just defined by position. Who's leading the market at this moment? Let's take a peek around. Let's see. We got Apple up 1.9. We've got AMD up 4.4. Amazon up 3.7. Google up 5.7. Meta up 4.8. Microsoft up 4.5. Netflix up 2.8. Tesla up 4.2. So really, it's just tech is leading us on this way up here. You can see here even the unweighted sectors, we see a lot of these sectors start to flip back to green. You know, and this is relatively wide. I just didn't get short. You know, more of a, I'm not a fader of a market. Would efficient mean balanced in the context of your speaking? No, so if efficient means that the market always acts like it's supposed to. Right. So like if yesterday, right, when Chipotle's earnings came out, they actually missed part of their earnings but gained on the other one. Right. And there would be an algorithm to set exactly what's going to happen based off of how those earnings come out. Well, yesterday, Chipotle just decided to fucking moon up like, you know, almost like $1,200. You know, so here's CMG. Let's see. Yes. Get up in these single prints and let these fucking sellers buy their position back. CMG here. Gordon, calm down, pal, okay? I went to the park. You didn't get to go because you don't behave at the park. You can see, so yesterday their earnings came out. You can see estimated earnings 9.2, actual 9.3. So they actually beat on earnings, but there was some other issues with it. Let's see. I was just listening to it on the radio, but the I mean, you're talking 1291 to 1524, so this thing went on a tear. Hey, what are you doing in here? You guys hear this fucking wolf breathing next to me? A real thin spot on this 79. Let's see if these mechanical buyers are going to step up. Remember, we still have those single prints down there in C period into D. All those shorts got squeezed at the top right there. But yeah, I mean, that's kind of just what I mean. Like, you know, it's just I mean, as much as it would be, oh, what the fuck going on here? As much as it would be nice to get a get an efficient market and just not have to worry about trading. What is going on here? There we go. Okay. My thinkorswim's lagging a little bit. It's having a tough time here. It'd be nice to know what you're going to put in and what you're going to get out, but that also would, kind of limit your reasoning too. Right? Well, if you know you're only going to get this from this, then why am I going to put any money into it? You'd take your money out and put it elsewhere once you saw the return on some of these other ones get better.
Hey Brad, so I actually missed that long just because I wasn't in, wanted to see how high it would run up. But what do you think about just like waiting for the retest? Because that's what I normally like to do if I'm going to take a long. Like I'll wait till it breaks, goes up, and then comes back down and retest that previous high. And then if it holds above it, then I'll normally enter a long.
Yeah, I definitely like that strategy. Just wait to see. I mean, we have a thin spot on the profile right here, 78. So let's see if these sellers are willing to come down and move an offer. If they are, they should bring us back down to that 67.75 area. There's another weak spot that I see. You just see how thin it is down here below that 74.5 where those single prints are at too. So, excuse me.
You think it'll come back all the way down to the 67?
I mean, that's where the VWAP's at. I mean, price is starting to flatten out here, and that's where value's at. So we didn't get a ton of volume up here. We do have this position up here. If it doesn't close these single prints, then we'll probably go back to the highs. But if it does close those single prints, yeah, then I think that's where the target will be, that 67. The point of control, the half backers, all right there. It's really just monitoring to see if these buyers are going to step up here. If we zoom this out a little bit, make it, the whole screen. You're looking to see some of these buyers try to step up and kind of backfill some of this area. But the volume, I mean, the volume is really weak on that move up. To me, it did look like that. Let me look at the volume on the website. CMG needs a split 10-1. They really do. Jay, yeah, they do. At least, I mean, they should just split the SPY 3-1. A lot. It would facilitate a lot more trading, just like Google did their split, Apple did the split, Amazon did the split. It facilitates a lot more trading because it brings in a lot.
Tesla's got a split coming up.
Another one?
Sorry, 3-1, I think, coming up. September 2nd.
Yeah, so there they go. They close those single prints, right? Pretty decent sign on that weak volume up at the top. But we'll look to see if it trades back down. I mean, you could still kind of argue this is a weak spot here. So efficient kind of means logical, which would be synonymous with algorithmic. Exactly, Patterman. Yeah, that's a perfect way to look at it, right? Like if the markets were efficient, I think that computers would trade the market only. There would only be a need. There wouldn't be a need for traders. Really, the only need for people in the market would just be a need for people to make sure that the computers are doing what they're supposed to do, because that's what you. I mean, at least in my experience, you can't really just full on just trust the computer to do what you tell it. Sometimes computers are, um, viruses get in, shit happens. The reversion to mean is the market trying to find its efficiency. Yeah. So this long spike of TPOs up at the top here, this long single prints of TPOs up at the top, is kind of showing us a responsive seller here sitting in front of those single prints. And look at this gap here in the profile right here around this 70 half. You know, we've got big volume and then kind of a little gap that got skipped over where we have these 3 TPOs and a big spot here. So as it's coming down here, we still haven't seen much buying come in yet. Really looking for that at like 69. I mean, anywhere from like 72 to the 67 area, I think is a possible opportunity to buy the market. If we see what we need to see, right? I've heard it's 98% bots now. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think it's that. Dr. VJ, you're back. Yeah, rip above 72. Yeah, we got up there above that T2 high, but weren't able to get into those single prints and then really just started to fade quickly as longs just gave up, including myself. So I am flat as we speak. Open the new chartbook file, loaded the layout, recalculated, but no data. Check on the symbol, depending upon what your symbol is or what your data is through. It might be the symbol itself. So click on file, or no, click on edit and click translate symbols to current service. It's at the bottom right of the drop down when you click edit CP. Did it work? Nice. I have my time zone set on default, so it should just go to wherever you're at. Dad, thank you for the like on Facebook. Did that work, CP?
I hit that like button like 30 seconds ago.
Yeah, Facebook takes forever to send me the message. Yeah, that's true actually, this too, because when I was helping James set up his chart books for CR charts too, it was all fucked up. So if something's on the chart that you haven't really seen before, just take it off. I think it's probably better just to keep everything on the East Coast time, just so you don't lose track of time. But that's just for me. The gap and go is fucking powerful. Yeah, so it did gapped up, closed the gap, and then just went. Now we're one time framing up 4 sessions in a row. Seen some buying come in on this 75 here. Buyers look to be holding here. Now we just gotta wait for the trap to set. All right, if we don't get back below 75 quarter on this little fade, then we're seeing some sellers trapped on that 75 quarter. So as it comes down, let's see if they trade that 75 quarter here. Offers are trying to move down. They can't get it. They're going to be trapped, and then a pop above probably 77. They'll start to pitch out. Here you go.
I bitched out. I bitched out. No, I actually got in, Brad, right at 74 quarter, and then I got out at 76.
Nice. That's not a bad trade.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, it's probably we are probably one time framing up. It's what we've been doing all morning, but I'm like, my luck, this would be the time we crash. So I'm like, no, I'm just not gonna trust it right now. Just because that huge rejection up there, I was like, I don't know. It might be giving me the old fake out.
Oh, when hovering over it on the taskbar, right click on it and click maximize CP, and it will just make it huge on whatever screen that it's on, and then just click on the top. So like if I go like this, right, and I'm on the TPO, and I right click and I click maximize, and then wherever it shows up, just grab it at the top and then just put it wherever you want. Now buying is probably shorts buying back after they were trapped. Yeah, it definitely could be. Dom, good morning. Democrats delay vote on assault weapons ban, police funding. Assault weapons. I love when they call it that. Assault weapons.
My favorite's when they call them a ghost gun. All right, Brad, you heard it first from me. I think they're gonna give these longs the swammy right now.
Slammy.
Yeah, the big swammy.
That D low is mechanical, right? Coming right to that B high. I see the as a mechanical level. You know, not really a book definition of mechanical level. Nice CP, good stuff. Not really a book definition of mechanical, but you know, I think if they can't break that D low, then we should be still clear for more upticks. Cut my steak with an assault knife every night. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing, is like, what deems it assault? Like, you know, it's an assault rifle. I'll let you know, in the army they don't call it that. It's called a weapon. And if you call it anything else besides that, someone's gonna just be like, hey, dumbass, it's called a weapon. You can use it to assault people, but not what it's called. Maybe in 007, but not in the fucking real world. Not everybody lives in the real world, right? We know a lot of people live in fucking Fantasyland. Yeah, well, I mean, like, you know, that's what happened in the UK. They banned guns, and all of a sudden stabbings went up like 1,000%. Well, no shit. People are gonna be bad. You know, bad people do bad stuff. That's just what happens. Can't stop them all. This ain't fucking Minority Report. You know what I mean? Speaking of stopping, did anybody see that active shooter that was in the mall and the guy that took him down, the shot that he made? I mean, if you haven't, Google that shit. That's an impressive shot. I know a lot of people out there, I could have made that shot. It's only 40 yards. Let me see you. All right, we used to practice our farthest target with our 9 mils in the army was 50 yards. Yeah, I was with a pistol, TJ. It was a shot, bro. It was a shot. And the Beretta's really accurate, right? We had a Beretta. It's just heavy, right? You can use it to assault somebody after, just fucking smack them with it because it's heavy as fuck. But you know, it's accurate. That's why we used it, and it's reliable too. And I actually liked it. I haven't shot that new SIG that the Army switched to, but I liked the 9mm Beretta. It's just not compact, right? It's a big gun. But I mean, 40 yards through like a mall under stress, you know, that's a good shot. Windows 11 taskbar will not hide. Setting is enabled. I just maximize my thing over it. But in order to get back to it, I have to press the Windows button to pop it up if I want to switch to like my Internet Explorer or anything like that, or my Google Chrome. There you go, Jared. Getting a little smackarooski here. Let's see if they can pop this D low. It's a huge cafeteria. It was in the mall. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, it's a pretty big shot. Pretty long shot.
Would have stuck to somebody else in the gun, thought that was the shooter.
Yeah, and they just start shooting him. Tough.
Nice. I got that with 20 watts on.
My God.
And then somebody else thought that was a shooter. Somebody else thought that was a shooter.
I'm just
like that.
kidding. I only put on one. Hey, Brad, I went shooting, and this is gonna sound like a total bullshit story, but I swear on God, dude, this happened. So I went shooting 2 days ago, and I hit a T-post with one shot at 75 yards,
With what?
a 9mm.
That's
It
a
was
good shot.
it was a 1 in a million. It was a 1 in a million chance. I'd never be able to do it again.
I mean, I've never shot at targets farther than the 50 yards. I mean, I could consecutively hit 50 yards. I always qualified expert with my pistol. I'm not as good with the AR, but with the pistol I was really good. And you know, you hit the 50-yard target. But yeah, I've never shot at a farther target. Was that after 100 or 200 shots?
No, it was with one shot. I swear on God, dude.
Bullet,
It was
and
it was so
fucking,
lucky.
and it curved.
It was like wanted. Hey,
Yeah, he definitely
I'll
shouldn't.
let Kat, I'll
Oh,
let Kat confirm it, okay? Because you know she won't lie. She can't wait to shit on me all the time.
yeah, that's true. He's like, might have been 40 feet. Yeah, he just shouldn't have been carrying at the mall. It's definitely, you're not supposed to be carrying at places like that. But I'm not sure what kind of concealed carry license he had. I don't know. It's such a taboo subject. You know what I mean? Like, you know, some people should have it, some people shouldn't. Were you holding it sideways?
That's
Some,
just what I was thinking though. Like it was a lucky shot, but you think about like I'm sitting there in a calm environment, like dude, in a stressful situation, somebody licks off a shot, like dude, that the ability to like calm yourself and then aim down sight and then shoot somebody,
Cops under
that's
stress are
impressive.
like 13%. That's trained cops. So civilian, that's pretty good.
all right, and he might have been, if you guys know who Tim Kennedy is, and a buddy of mine, Dennis Jones, works with them. They do that sheepdog response, and that's what they train people for. They train people to be able to react in these stressful situations. Tim Kennedy actually recently did like a fake kidnapping of his daughters from school. And you know, they actually performed really well because he has them trained to, you know, be escapers. Is trading an indicator on how you would respond under pressure? You know, I think a lot of people use indicators so they can take themselves out of the equation. You know what I mean? Like so if you've got like a SMA, you know, strategy where you like do like what's a common one, like the 10 over 30 or 10 over 25 crossover, and you know, they only take longs if the 10's above the 25 and only take shorts if the 10's below the 25, kind of like the MACD strategy, right? They do that to take their own personal psychology out of the trade, I think. But not that it's like, you know, a terrible thing, but I think there is um I think there is a what's it called? I think that everyone needs to work on their psychology, you know, including myself. I'm always working on my own personal psychology. D back down to that C half back and the C open. They're at the same spot. TJ. Yeah, a lot of combat vets will react well, especially, you know, we used to run the pre-deployment combatives training down in El Paso, myself and my buddy Carlos and my buddy Jeremy, and Dennis used to work with us before he switched to the civilian side and started working with Tim Kennedy. But you know, we all train for that, and that's why, you know, if you ever watch live PD, you see the El Paso Police Department perform pretty well because they used to train with us all the time. You know, they used to come through a lot of the classes, and I think that's, you know, a big unrealization for a lot of these cops under these stress, especially cops that, you know, some of them are so young, but they've never been through an extreme amount of stress before, and you know, when that gun pops out, they're like, ah, and you know, if you're thinking, you know, in a situation where you don't know how to handle stress or you don't know how to de-escalate situations, because that's what we focused on a ton, is de-escalating situations. You know, you get a lot of sellers looking like they're getting heavy on this 73 quarter, but no real push down here. Let's see if they pop back up. You know, and that's why I think a lot of these officer involved shootings happen where, you know, it's looked bad because they don't know the situation. But the average person, it's so easy to cast a stone, right? But it's a completely different scenario when you're actually in the situation. And I think a lot of police departments are just undertrained, right? You know, you're in the military, or if you're in the army, you know, you're training with weapons all the time. You're doing these react to contact drills all the time. You're doing this escalation of force drills all the time. You're shooting all the time. You're physically training all the time. Whereas when you're a police officer, you really only do that for the, you know, 10, 12, 16 weeks that the police academy is. And then after that, there's really, you know, there's no physical requirements like there is in the military to pass a physical fitness test every 6 months. You know, once you're on, you're on. That's why you see some of these cops that look like they're fucking shoot jelly up the ass. You know, it's like, well, how can you be expected to protect and serve when you can't even fucking jog down the block without running out of breath? You know? Maybe I should start my own police department. So we were right. Those sellers look like they got trapped down there. That 73, maybe even 72.50. Let's see if they start to cover, if you get some more offering up here. That D low is
Shut up.
mechanical.
Shut up with all that trap talk. Okay.
You know, Brad, it didn't used to be that way either. It used to be, you know, if you were handcuffing a suspect or whatever and he started to run, well, you better catch his ass. You know what I mean? But now it's like, you know, shoot after you or whatever. You know, it used to be, you know, cops used to have to be physical, you know, and chase after the shit.
Yeah, and I don't understand why, you know, like, yeah, you should have a gun, but your first thought shouldn't be to whip the gun out. I got a taser, bro, and I mean, I've seen big ass dudes get tasered and just fucking hit the ground like a fucking bag of bricks. You know, that's what if I was a cop and someone would start fucking around, I'd be like, bro, you better chill before I tase your ass. You're about to get real compliant here pretty soon. You know what I mean? Like, and you're about to piss all over yourself, so you're about to be embarrassed. So,
If I
you
was
know,
a cop, I'd be out of bullets by lunchtime. I shoot everybody. If you tell them to get on, if some cop tells you to get on the ground and you don't get on the ground, he should be able to shoot. Just listen to what he says. It's very simple. You know, nobody listens to.
everyone, yeah, there is a lot of, and you see those videos online all the time. People like trying to be you know, a lawyer, and they're like, oh well, I don't have to do this because blah 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 blah.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, and I'm not the
like my
biggest.
best
You know,
form of entertainment.
I'll be honest, because my stepfather growing up was a cop, right? And he was abusive, and he was just a big pile of shit. And he's actually in jail now, and he's still got about, you know, uh 22 years on his bid. So he's going to be there for a good amount of time, and you know, when cops go to jail, they don't really have the best time. That's for certain. But you know, I've completely forgave him, and kind of moved past that. But you know, that's what happens to certain people, and so I kind of understand why people are distrusting of police officers depending upon where they're at, and why they can act like that. But as you get older and more mature, you know, just like Denzel says, you know, you can be a product of your environment if you want to be a product of your environment, but you don't have to be. And I know I always use Denzel, but you know, Denzel, I can only imagine growing up in the hood that he grew up in and being a drama kid, a black drama kid. The amount of shit that probably got talked to him, you know, but what did he do? He didn't bend to the will. He just persevered. Became one of the best actors of all time, in my opinion. You know, it's just, it's really just, you know, uneducation, like undereducated people. People convinced, you know, like brainwashed almost, that they don't have a chance. Dom, you turned 30 or 20 today? Hell yeah. Good stuff, man. Happy birthday, bro. I did see a video one time, and this is like a famous cops video. Uh, this guy, big dude, just butt naked in this barber shop, and this little female cop's like gets in his way, and she's like, "Stop!" And she tases him, and he just doesn't even get phased, and he just boom smoked her, broke her orbital bone, broke her mandible, like just, I mean, she had to have plastic surgery, totally fucked her world up. So, you know, in that situation, that taser's not fucking working. Seller's still trapped down there on that 73, 72.50 here. This dog's not allowed to be in this trading room that I'm in, and he's like, because nobody else is home, just came in here and laid down on the ground, didn't make a fuss at all. Liquidation there from, or short covering, I guess, liquidation from the sellers here at 78 quarter, 78 half. Offer up at the 80.75. Elo mechanical as well. So now we've got, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4 mechanical references below, basically showing us, and we're one time framing up for the 4 sessions in a row going into this fifth session. You know, kind of telling us there's not a lot of strong selling in the market yet. Let's see if we have a responsive seller up here in this DXS. Dollar came down back to flat. Gold came back down to flat. Bonds are still up about half, or no, they're about 0.1 up. So nothing really too crazy. VIX is down about 4.5%. A little response there. Hey, Joe.
Doing half in and half out. You're not going? Huh?
I've been telling him he's gonna get in trouble for being in here.
Hey.
I think he's lonely because everyone went to the park.
Oh, is that where he went?
Yeah.
I don't care if he's in there.
He just came in and he just laid down and that
Yeah,
was it. So.
Yeah. How about him coming out though?
Oh, as soon as he heard you, he was like, "Let me get out of here." On the DOM, just right click like where that volume profile's at, and it'll say clear current traded bid and ask volume, and it will clear all the volume on there. TJ said, "Seems like you've been making some good progress, Jared." He has, you know, he's had some improvement, especially this week, staying patient and trading smaller.
Hey Brad, do you think we're gonna
Staying
follow through
slow.
up, or should I get out of this trade? Because it looks like we're going down. I'm at the bottom of E. I got in at 75.
You have an offer coming in right here on the 70s absorbed. So they keep reloading the 77 level, these sellers do. But no progress there. And now they're trapped on the 77. So look for that 79 here and look for it to, these offers move out of the way. Look for them to cover it back up.
He's been having a lot of trouble on that 78. Even on the way up, it kept getting dumped down.
Yeah. It looks like buyers are taking it now, though.
That's good. It's because I held on D, and it didn't go so hot after holding on D.
Where'd you get in at on D?
Oh, I got in low. I only took a 1.75 loss. I got in at 72.5.
Oh, okay.
And oh wait, no. That's I got in at, I think it was 73 or 73.5. But I
Okay.
ended up holding it when it was making its way down, which I should have just identified it wasn't going. Took the loss there though.
Yeah, it's been pretty choppy too on this way up, and it does kind of look like it's starting to get a little bit tired here. Looks like they may want the 83, 85. Yeah, hopefully.
Hopefully. I think I'm gonna get out at 4 points.
But 4 points, not bad.
Take me out real quick, please. Please, thank you. Yeah. All right, cool.
Order filled.
What are you just getting in there, Jared? So offer moves back down to that 78, just kind of flashes there and disappears. See if these sellers get back to their level here. The 76, 75, and 77 is where they're. I mean, they tried their offer hard there and just weren't able to get any push through.
Would you just stop fighting me, bro? Don't fight this. Just lay back. Let it happen.
This will not be over quickly. I'm not your king.
You will not enjoy this.
Back down to that 77 there. Sellers got trapped on that 36.75 again. See if they push it down. Oh shit, someone's calling me. Hey. No, yeah, that doesn't matter. Did you do the other part? Yeah, that's the pay stubs one doesn't matter because yeah, obviously you haven't started working yet, so. I mean, you could post them in there if you have them saved on your phone, but it's not gonna hurt. But like if you have your last one. Yeah, Thomas didn't say anything about it, so I don't think it's that important.
Order filled.
Okay, perfect. You guys on your way home? Oh, okay. Are you guys gonna get something on the way back? I'll take a large fry from McDonald's. Yeah. Okay, sounds good. Love you too. Bye. Thomas, T2 high means the high from 2 days ago. That's what that is. The cash session high from 2 days ago. Jared, was that you? Those 3 contracts short on the 76.75?
What?
So notice how we're getting 2 TPOs higher now, right? So we're getting overlapping TPOs, which is telling us that that's decent structure here on the way up, right? Not a real thin profile, but the market's actually doing backing and filling, which gives the market strength on this move to the upside, right? And if you continue to fight it all day, you know, eventually it's gonna punish you, you know. And by it, I mean me. Yeah, no problem, Thomas. It just makes it easier than having to mark those levels every single day, right? You know, because really the settlement period, even though I heard that the CME was switching it to 24 hours, but I really haven't got any clarification on that. But typically the settlement period is 48 hours. And so you can imagine that, you know, some sellers that are, or some traders that are in this T2 period are still in the market with their positions, right? So let's say they've been short because the market went down, they've been taking some profit. Well, at this T2 high, kind of a level that will look for them to really get rid of the rest of their inventory, right? At their kind of like break even point. The 2 top overlapping part. What's that, TJ? Like that it's strength? Oh, the TPO. Well, it's not really necessarily just 2 TPOs. I was just saying because that's what it is. And it's showing, you know, because we have our 3 TPOs here, then we have 3 TPOs here, then we have 3 TPOs here. Now we're having 2 here, and we've got about 15 minutes left until the next session opens up. So if we open up within this area, we're going to have 3 TPOs again up here, which is just kind of showing, you know, somebody's walking up these stairs. So backing and filling equals good. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, because it's not providing weak structure. It's showing less emotion, showing that buyers are willing to just kind of step up and continue to buy at levels that they've bought at before. Whereas like, if, you know, if we had, you know, one of these profiles down here where we have, you know, very emotional things, a lot of times this is telling us that,
Oh, wait, hold up.
a lot of times this is telling us that, you know, shorter term time frame traders are just getting squeezed, and that's what's causing that upside, right? Then you get a bunch of backing and filling in here that made that strong structure. Shorter time frame traders still tried to sell in here, they got squeezed out here. We did back and fill those single prints here, right? And buyers did show up at those levels. Still some single prints down here below.
I like that saying I told you, Red. Remember, bears take the stairs and bulls take the bulls take the window. Or bulls take the window, bears take the, or what? I'm all tongue tied now.
You can get a good look at a T-bone by sticking your head up a bull's ass. Wouldn't you rather just take his word for it?
No, bulls take the stairs, bears take the window. That's it. Got it. That's
That
it.
is a great movie.
Yeah, I've seen that movie so many times too. Herbie Hancock. Biden's on right now. He's on the news, so be careful. You never know what he's gonna say. I don't even think he knows sometimes.
Whatever's in front of him.
I'm
Like,
Ron
repeat the
Burgundy.
line.
Fuck you, San Diego.
Line.
Seems like E would need to take the D high to prevent it from getting rotational. Yeah, it is. So that's a good observation. This D excess is held. Remember, we talked about how that initial spike on the D period had showed us, because it traded all the way back down into the C session, that there was a responsive seller up there, probably protecting their position. But yeah, it would make sense that E needs to take that D high, or at least, you know, get back up there and test the D high to make this responsive seller defend his position once again. You forget your name. Let's see if we can find him.
This life-saving drug reduces risk of hospitalization and death from COVID-19 by about 90%. Again, it's free.
Look at those
safe,
shades.
and easy to take.
The Aviator's on
Quickly to
today.
make it widely available, including the thousands of convenient tests to treat sites where you can get
Like
tested.
Weekend at
If
Bernie.
you need it, Paxlovid is at the ready right then and there. So you make your visit. Again,
I was listening to this comedian the other day, and they were saying, like, Biden's been dead for years. You can see the strings when he walks around. Someone's controlling him like a puppet.
He had to get helicoptered
Oh, I
to
was
Walter Reed
dying.
Medical Center. He was severely ill. Thankfully, he recovered. When I got COVID, I worked from upstairs of the White House, and the office is upstairs, and for that 5-day period. The difference is vaccinations, of course, but also 3 new tools, free to all and widely available. You don't need to be president to get these tools used for your defense. In fact, the same booster shots, the same at-home test, the same treatment that I got is available to you.
Yeah, else he needs that.
My administration has made sure that all Americans across the country, from all walks of life, have free access to those tools. COVID was killing thousands of Americans a day when I got here. That isn't the case anymore.
Seller's trapped again here below the 79, it looks like.
Get boosted, get tested, and get treatment. At the same time,
Bigger offer sitting on the 81, 374 lots.
Right now, we have the tools to keep you from getting severely ill or dying from COVID. But we're not stopping there. Earlier this week, we had a conference at the White House for about the next generation of vaccines, with the goal of keeping people from getting sick in the first place, getting COVID at all, even getting it. Let me close with this. Over the past 18
more
months,
vaccines. Awesome.
my administration has left no stone unturned in our fight against this pandemic. None. We brought down deaths by nearly 90% since I took office, because of the help of all the people in this Rose Garden. Business and schools responded. Grandparents are hugging their kids and grandkids again. Weddings, birthdays, celebrations are happening in person again. So let's keep emerging from one of the darkest moments in our history with hope and light for what can come. Get
COVID was one of the
vaccinated
darkest moments in American history.
and now
Hmm.
get boosted. Order your free test. And if you get sick and test positive, seek treatment. Take advantage of these life-saving tools.
So TJ asks, any advice on these emotions? When I'm having a good day, I start to hesitate to take the next trade and opportunity because you don't want to give it back. So that's just gonna it's gonna come with a little bit. What you're feeling is FOMO, right? Even though it's just like a different perspective to look at it, right? You're feeling like you want to make another trade because you see the opportunity, but you also don't to kind of deal with that FOMO, and you know how to deal with it on the front end, right? Where you're like, okay, I'm not going to get in this trade because it's probably going to just die up here, and I'm not going to be taking a breakout. We're waiting for it to pull back. It's kind of the same thing. You just have to look at it from the other angle, if if that makes sense. Whereas you don't want to give it back, but you also are still want to be making sure you're placing high quality trades. So what I would do, and what I do to kind of combat this, right, especially when we get you get movement, especially when you're like, oh shit, here it's going to go, and I already took profit, and I was waiting for it to get into these single prints, and I should have just got in. And then you get in right here at the 82, right, those 6 contracts that traded on the high, somebody bought those and they're like, fuck, now you're sitting there trapped. The way to get around that is to make sure that you're writing down all of these trades and write down what you're seeing. I know it's tough to kind of write down, especially if you're just taking smaller scalps sometimes, but that's a way, like, okay, hey, I want to wait for it to react at this level, and just, if it does, have those set plans and then follow it, right? Don't let those emotions, because that's what happens is you get in a winning trade, or let's say you won a couple trades, right? You're up, however many points. Let's say you're up 5 points, right? You're up 5 points and you get in a trade and it's down 2.5 points. Well, now not only do you feel like you just lost 2.5 points, but you feel like you need to make 2.5 points back, and your emotions jump in the way of that. So the best thing I can recommend, I think, is just to write it down as much as possible. I think he was done. Yeah, he was done. He didn't really say anything that important. You have Jomo, J Trader. Does that help, TJ? I don't. It's to really know. I just think, for me, writing everything down really helps. Revenge trading is your worst psychological issue. Yeah, I know a couple people that suffer from revenge trading, and it really does. It's really detrimental to not only to your psychology, but also to your trading account.
Well, it's hard to get a read on who's trapping who right here, huh?
Well, it just looks like there's no demand up at the top. Like no buyers are really willing to just kind of step up, but no sellers are also willing to step down, and they're just kind of two-way trading here in a real small area. E period's still inside that D period. I mean, the safe play obviously would be stay long like you have been all day, but yeah, the way these markets are, I want to manage risk and be smart. On days where the market is giving more opportunities, I need to be comfortable taking them, since those days might be limited. Exactly. And that's going to come with time and experience, being comfortable to sit in a trade, right? So like earlier, I had taken a long from 63.75 and 62.75, closed one at the 70.50. The market pulled all the way back to the 63.75, but I didn't close my trade, and then it ended up trading all the way up to that 78 where I closed the trade. And that's just coming with like time and being comfortable and kind of identifying, okay, these sellers don't have any supply, they haven't broken any of these mechanical levels really, and they kind of showed their hand when we saw those single prints initially during that C period. Even though they closed, look where they got to. They got right to half back of C period, so no real advancement from the sell side at all, at least in my opinion. And another thing you could do too, TJ, is you could limit yourself to a specific number of trades, right? So let's say you allow yourself to take 3 trades a day and then have the sim, right? And then there's no switching back. And you can lock yourself out on your Sierra charts. Nice. See if we're gonna get into these single prints.
Dang, I was running a tight stop right there on a short. And it broke it. It was like, doof. Touched me. I was like, damn. I set it 1 tick above that other one.
Above the D period?
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of the offers that were here are kind of gone now. So if we get into these single prints and don't see a responsive seller, this thing could really start to move. Yeah, you just have to make sure you mitigate that risk, TJ. So like if you add a contract and maintain a runner, and let's say you just are happy with hitting your profit target on the one contract, and then you move your stop to like a +1 tick and just leave it there and let that runner run, and then you can structurally move up your stop as the market affords opportunity. But it's never, I mean, that's something that's just never gonna go away. At least it hasn't gone away for me. There's always times where I'm in a trade, I close my trade, and I'm like, fuck. I should have let that one run. It happens all the time.
But that's way better than saying, damn, I should have got now.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, when you're sitting in a trade and all of a sudden it's down like 40 points and you're like, oh, I should have used my stop loss. The breadth's starting to pick up a little bit here on the NYSE. You're starting to see it kind of match up with the weighted sectors here. If we look, right, you can kind of see it starting to match up. There is a little bit of selling going on up here, but honestly, it just looks like profit taking because there's not really any key selling. So let's see if this F period continues. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 periods in a row. We've been one time framing to the upside, and if F can take that E low, that could signal a little bit more rotational market starting to form. Apple's up 1.6, AMD's up 3.1, Amazon's up 4.3, Google's up 7%, Meta's up 5.2, Microsoft up 5%, Netflix up 3.3, Tesla up 3.8. Let's see what the triple Q's up to. The Nasdaq's starting to cool off a little bit as some of these other ones are starting to catch back up here. Here you go. So F takes that E high by 1 tick right there. Next offer up's at the 85. It looks like 219 lots on the 85. Watch the 79. Look at E halfback is right on that 79 here. Then no need to make another decision of where it should get in. Yeah, that would be a good one, I think. The joy of missing out, JOMO. You have a 30-minute trade between rule. Yeah, that's a good rule too. You know, limit yourself to, you know, that's another way to limit yourself. The thing is it takes self-control to be able to enforce those rules upon yourself. That's a thing too with trading. Like, you know, you make a trade plan, you have your trading rules, you have your daily loss limit, your daily, you know, profit target, but a lot of people don't tend to follow them, and so they're more not like rules. What was I took some notes yesterday when I was reading this book. Let me see, where's my good notes at? Yeah, I wrote down it's easy to say maintain perspective, but much harder to actually do it. In trading, it is the well-positioned few that benefit from the auctions of the majority.
Buyers just won't die up here.
Yeah, no, most people are looking for a set of rules to follow rather than use personal insight and creative thinking. And a key to be a consistently profitable trader is the ability to identify what larger traders are doing and position yourself with them. Really tight range here in the F period so far.
See
What?
you later, Brad.
All right, see you, Joe. What got me long, Roach, was what's going on here? There we go. So when we opened up on this gap, right? If you kind of just imagine that this Globex session's not here, we had a gap from the open down to the previous day's high. We closed that gap, you know, really just looked back to the tick and got no follow through. So these lower prices that were traded yesterday got rejected. And as soon as we came back above the open, that was kind of, the sign that, okay, these sellers aren't serious. We didn't get a reaction off that point of control, the Globex point of control on the way back up. And then, we did get a small reaction off of the Virgin point of control, or the VPOC, from the, what was this, like the 24th or 20, well, the 25th was Friday. So it was like the 23rd maybe. And so that kind of just, led me to think, okay,
23rd was Saturday.
okay, the 22nd. And well, this was Monday, actually. It's Monday. What was Monday? The 25th? Yeah, 25. Yeah, so it's the 25th. Yeah. So the 25th, without a strong reaction off a point of control, balance rules tell us, and we have this balance zone up here from, I mean, really this whole area is a balance zone. Yesterday we had that look below balance. We traded back up into it, came back down to trade back into yesterday's low, the lower range of balance, rejected those lower prices, back up to the point of control. And balance rules tell us that without a strong reaction off that point of control, or if the market doesn't receive a strong reaction off that point of control, then there's good odds that it trades to the top of balance. And that would put it up here. I was really just looking for these single prints because, that's where I expect maybe a responsive seller to show up. It would be tough, I think, especially today with the low volume, to find buyers or shorts that are just willing to just give up their positions up here to take us higher, especially with the FOMC today. But that was pretty much what I was thinking. And then, as the day went on, we started setting a mechanical low, that B low, then the C low was mechanical, D low was mechanical, E low was mechanical. So it's just telling us that shorter time frame traders are in control, and there's just no supply in the market today. But watch for the trap to get set here again on this 80.50. As we come back down here, let's see if these sellers look to try to force it in. Somebody's trapped on the 81.50 right now. Their friends are showing up. Are they going to save them? They do. Yeah, no problem, bro. We got buyers trying to be aggressive up here, but not making any follow through. And now we look to see if 82, they might be stuck. Buyers might be trapped up on 82 here. But they're not done. Here we go, 80.50. Watch this 80.50. This is where the trap gets set up by this buyer. Like you're holding one of those cigar cutters, and you're just waiting for them to stick their pinky in it, and then you're just like, gotcha, bitch. If you guys don't have a lazy boy to trade in, I'm telling you, this is the ticket. This thing is fucking, it's magic. The best part is when you're done trading, you just fucking kick the feet up and you just fall right asleep. Take a nap. Your brain just used all of its energy, get a little refresh going. Nice. Back down to this 80.50. Offer's still moving down here. Bigger order trades. Buyer's still trapped up there on the 82. They haven't got back there yet. Sellers getting a little bit aggressive here. Let's see how they act at this E half back. There they go. They moved down, so they defended their level. Oh, they just are fucking blowing it. How much time do we got? Oh, we still got a little while till the next period opens up. Yeah, so they got aggressive right there near the low, and then a buyer just, they showed face, and a buyer just came out and was like, fucking Kirby. Well, there's a dope show on Netflix. I don't know if you guys have heard of it. It is called... Oh, what's Netflix at? I hate when you finish a show, it just like disappears, like you weren't just watching it yesterday. Where's it at?
That Disney Channel, American Discovery, is pretty amazing.
Yeah, I like that show too.
Talking about Billions.
No, that's on Amazon. It's called Change Your Mind on Netflix. That's what it's called. It's a dope show.
About
Mushrooms. But not like the psychedelic, like, trip out type mushrooms. It's about like natural, like some of the natural mushrooms that are good for you. It's a pretty cool show.
it's pretty crazy how many different types of mushrooms there are.
Oh yeah, thousands. Yeah, it's a 4-part series. Yeah, it's good. I heard The Gray Man was good too. What's up, buddy? Yeah.
Went low, so we
Oh,
made it
okay.
to
At the park. Yeah. Yeah, I heard that The Gray Man was pretty good. With what, Ryan Gosling, right? Margaret, as soon as you guys left, he came in here and he's been laying right here the whole time. Even when your dad came home, he just like went right there and it was just like, mhm. How's that my fault?
He's not allowed in there.
What can I do? He's a monster. The gate was closed. He shoved it open.
Let me see the same face. We had a guilt.
Okay. That's what your dad said.
Didn't do
He literally just came in here and he was like whining when you guys left. I was like, I'm not going anywhere. And then he just laid down. Yeah, he already left though. Severance is dude, me and my wife are watching Severance. It's trippy. We're only on like the 3rd episode though, so don't spoil it for me, but it's dope. Yeah, it's such a trip.
What show?
Severance.
Yeah, that's when it starts to get interesting because the first 2 episodes are kind of hella boring.
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
That's a trippy show. The only reason I watch that is because of that the main actor.
Adam Scott.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's
yeah,
good.
he was in some show with Reese Witherspoon and Laura Dern. I don't remember what it was called, but it was about some high class community down in Carmel, and someone gets killed.
Yeah, he can actually play, like he was in Step Brothers and he was in Parks and Rec. He can actually play like a serious actor though. Miller's trapped down there on the 80 still. They need to get back down there if they want to get some air. Look how full this F period is becoming, right? Just so slow. Oh, Ben Stiller produces it? I like Ben Stiller. Tesla's starting to break the highs here.
This is like the Globex.
Yeah, it is very slow. Well, I
That's
mean,
how slow it is.
everyone's just, so nervous with the Fed coming up. They don't know what to do.
When's that? That's coming up in
Yeah, I'm gonna be on till like
11 minutes.
the Fed doesn't come on till 2.
Not until
2 my time.
11, or
About 2 hours still.
yeah, 11 my time.
I know crypto's doing pretty good. It's rallying up.
Oh, my connection is unstable.
On the MES, the F didn't take the E.
Oh, on the MES it didn't?
But I can't understand why anybody's buying this.
No.
Jesus.
Nope is good. I like Nope. Good
The
morning,
movie.
Ace. Let's make money. Yup. Yeah, so I mean, the market's just getting tight here, and we still have these mechanical references all the way up: B low, C low, D low, E low, F low. So on a liquidation break, if there is a liquidation break, those will be your targets, right? So let's say if the market were to break this first low, next targets E, D, C, and B lows. That would be the look for a liquidation break, and you have this A excess showing that there was a longer time frame buyer there supporting the market, and you'll look to see if they are willing or still down there. I gotta catch up on a lot of shows. I haven't really been watching a lot of shows. I gotta watch the new Stranger Things. I gotta watch the new Ozarks. I haven't even finished that up yet. I've been in like study mode lately, just trying to power through these books. I really want to finish 100 before the end of the year, but I just don't know if I'm gonna get there unless I start reading fucking Dr. Seuss.
Well, book's the book.
Still counts. Like, yeah, I read 100
Still
books.
counts.
Like, I didn't say what kind of books.
Right.
Like that Stephen Wright joke. Like, go down to the liquor store and it's closed. Knock on the door and say, hey, sign says 24 hours. And the guy looks at me and goes, yeah, not in a row.
Yeah, that he had some really. It was all one-liners.
Yeah, everything was one-liners. Yeah.
Yeah, and it was dry as fuck.
Yeah.
He is not a. He don't raise his voice. He don't get excited. He just says it.
J Trader, there's a lot of books. A lot of here. I'll read some of the books or the titles that I've read so far. Atomic Habits is a huge one. The Power of Positive Thinking I'm reading right now. A book called Fooling Houdini. The Biggest Bluff. Boom and Bust. Thinking in Bets. The Daily Trading Coach. Trading in the Zone. Green Lights. The Black Swan. Thinking Fast and Slow. Incognito. Tiny Habits. New Market Wizards. The Art of Learning. The Complete Turtle Trader. Hedge Fund Market Wizards. Reminiscence of a Stock Operator, One Good Trade, The Art of the Impossible, 12 Rules for Life, Psychocybernetics. Those are just some of them. Those are the ones that I didn't return or wasn't able to return. But there's a list of books, that I recommend in the Discord to pick up and read as well. He said Stranger Things is weak, Ozark is okay, fucking up hedge funds in real life is much better. Hell yeah. Nelson, I could look at ETH, yeah. Dr. Vijay said, just wondering, so if they liquidate, doesn't it purposely that those longer term players took their profits? No, so it's because today is really just shorter term time frame trading. It would really just kind of tell us that those shorter term traders are just getting out of their position, right? And yeah, I'm sure that some longer term traders are taking profit, but it would really signal to us that this trader kind of ran it up and then eventually called it a day. So yeah, I mean, I guess it's a combination of both, but the people that are making money in between here are these shorter time frame traders. And if you did get a full liquidation break back down into the excess, that would kind of show us that that longer term time frame trader decided that he had enough. Oh, here's ETH. Let's look on the 30-minute here.
Brad, so here in 4 minutes, F is gonna be done. I've never seen this, like where barley moves in that much, and it's about to open a new one. Since we held above that E, do you think we're still on an uptrend?
Yeah. I mean, I would say that we're definitely still one time framing up. We haven't had a cessation of one time framing yet, so definitely the upside is still the right side here.
All right, cool. Because I've been holding along since the bottom of F.
Nice. And so another key thing here, and I'll jump onto ETH in a second, Nelson. But so we have E high, E low, F high is about the same, F low is about the same. That's just telling you that the market is balancing in this area, right? So even if F gets taken, if E doesn't get taken, well, there goes the F, anyways. But yeah. So I mean, there goes those people. They just gave up, capitulation right there. But if this didn't happen, let's say, and F did come all the way back down, unless F took that E low, that would really just tell you that the market is balancing higher. And this is kind of what we were looking for earlier, right? We talked about 3 TPOs, we talked about 3 TPOs, talked about 3 TPOs, and now we have 3 TPOs up higher here, DEF, right? And so now we're using this as value is moving higher, so value is moving up to price, which is, you know, a good indication that that it's moving, that there's strength in the buying so far. Or just, you know, complete weakness in the selling. You're starting to see some heavy offers come in, which is, you know, makes sense as you look for a responsive seller up here in these single prints. But yeah, ETH, you know, ETH is coming up. Let me make this big real quick. ETH is coming back up into this balance, right? And I mean, it's a kind of a big balance, as you can see here. So if you don't, and this is that point of control here. So it's kind of the same situation that the ES was in a little bit earlier. If you don't get a strong reaction off of this point of control, you know, you'd be looking to trade it up to some of these higher levels, right? Let me just mark them right here so we can see where they're at. There we go. I think my internet's getting kind of shitty. But yeah, I mean, we can see kind of this balance area as it's coming in. So, and really you'd be looking for, if there is a pullback, maybe a retest here down at 1487 level. Oh yeah, and you see the volumes all there too. But if it's able to get above this like 1520-ish level here and start to hold, you want to start targeting these upper balances, and then you have that VPOC up here at that 1603 level. But you just have kind of a big balance area up above that it's looking below and coming back into. So like I said, kind of similar to what the ES was doing. Are you on later than usual? Are you staying on for FOMC? Yeah, today I'm gonna stay on a little bit later so we can trade the FOMC, or at least just see if we see any opportunities during the FOMC. Pretty big sell order right there, 39.82, 100 lots. Yeah, that is true, Thomas. You've got the dollar up, Bitcoin up, futures market up, bonds are up as well. You just finished Markets and Profile, yes? Yeah, that's a good one. And then next, read that, the second book. It's called, oh, Markets and Profile is the second book. Have you read Mind Over Markets? G period opens up. Let me take a peek at that volume in F period. It's got to be just absolutely pathetic. Well, 12% less, yeah. So I mean, not really anything different. Just today's been about 12% less volume all day. You found the PDF of Markets and Profile. Read that first. Nice. Yeah, and then Markets and Profile is on, or I mean, not Markets and Profile. Mind Over Markets is actually on Audible now, and if you can find the PDF to Mind Over Markets, you can listen to it and just kind of follow along if you're not really a huge reader. The Mind Over Markets is a little bit more basic, but you know, gives a lot of good analogies. And if you go to the Discord, You go to the Discord and click on general chat, and then up at the top you see that pinned message, and you click on the pinned messages, and I pinned one that says, "Hey guy, I will transfer some books to you in this chat that Lord MacGyver," and just click jump to that. It'll take you to a bunch of books that he has the PDFs for, and they're all posted in there, and those 2 books are they're both in there.
Trip that people are trading the Celsius token, and it's up almost 4% today. It's insane. I mean, why would you buy a company that's going bankrupt?
G coming down. And remember, I think with the market balancing higher up here, we're starting to see 4 TPOs up here. Even if we get a cessation of 1 time framing, if this E low doesn't break, I really still can't be convinced of any downside. You have 10K on Celsius? Damn. Yeah, they're probably not going to give anything back.
Oh, that's the worst, Brad. I actually was in a short, was in that trade for 45 minutes.
Oh.
And then it just like went up, hit my stop loss, and then went right back down to where I would have been in profit. I'm like, son of a bitch.
Damn.
What a, I mean, it is what it is, but man, when you're in a trade that long, just to get like, for it to rip up, touch you, then come back down, it's just like, man, and I waited all that time for that.
Right, it's the only job where you can earn a negative salary.
Well, what did you learn from it? That's really what you got to look at. I mean, 'cause I don't like to be in trades too long, but yeah, if I'm in that long, I got in too early, is what I usually find out.
Yeah, that or had too close of a stop loss, or attribute to a lot of things, I guess.
Trading against 1 time framing market up. There's the biggest one.
Right.
Well, it hovered around my break even for freaking 45 minutes, and I was like, okay, I guess could go away, and then it was like, nah, touch him, and then we're going down. But I mean, there isn't really no conviction yet to the downside either, right here. So, but I would have been in profit here, which is kicking the nuts.
Where did you get in at?
82, and then it stopped me out at the very top tick, and then just went right
Above
back down.
85.
Yeah.
$95% of your crypto's in Celsius? Damn.
Should have got right back in if you thought it was going down.
That sucks.
I think even Jim says that.
Yeah, I mean, it's just crazy that they can even do that. You'll start to see a real uproar when they start to do it with banks. They're like, oh, you want your money? No. Sergio bot? Question mark? What do you mean?
Well, on that note, Brad, I'm gonna go get some breakfast.
All right, bro.
All right, guys.
See you,
guys have a
Jared.
good one. Later,
Later,
guys.
Jared.
Later. Sergio, no, I don't use a trading bot. My uncle does use a trading bot, but it's not. I don't use one. What strat is that? This is called the market profile. And so it is a graphical representation of the auction process showing us the, distribution of inventory. And I mean, a very nuanced thing. It doesn't necessarily have like a strategy or a specific buy here, sell there type deal. It just lets us organize the information that the market is putting out in a way that is easy for the mind to comprehend, instead of just trying to compress all of these other indicators or other orders that are coming through at the same time.
It sure looks like it wants to go higher.
Yeah, I mean we have excess on the high side now, but I mean still no supply too, so no, this is not crypto. This is the S&P 500 futures right here. We do some crypto trades as well, and we definitely peek at crypto for sure, but yeah, I remember when he said that, Kevin, they were just like, yeah, it's never gonna happen. Yeah, of course, Sergio. Definitely. Best way to learn is just tune in for the streams. Typically, I'm live from 9 a.m. Eastern time to around noon. Today, we're staying on a little bit longer. We got the FOMC here at 2 o'clock, so stay on a little bit longer and watch that. But check us out on YouTube, the Trade Vets on YouTube, and that can give you some more insight. And then jump in our Discord and just introduce yourself. The only thing I ask is that you be positive and respectful, and don't feel like you have to bring something to the table, and just don't be trying to judge people or anything like that. We're all here to learn together and improve together. So that's the way. I'm not gonna stream the market during the FOMC, but the FOMC meeting, I'll put on the press conference when it comes out. Another good day for swimming. Yeah, it does look nice out here. See what the kids want to do. Yeah, my kids are gonna want to swim. How to entry in that setup? So I mean, there's plenty of different ways. It just depends on kind of how the market's trading. Like today, you've been key, like easy positions to take these mechanical trades, right, off of these previous halfbacks or previous opens. And they've worked out fairly well for today. We had that breakout above that T2 high that took us into these single prints, right? Not really a huge breakout, 6 points or so, but from the open, we had a gap, didn't close the gap, or did close the gap, but didn't trade back into yesterday's range at all, right? Weren't able to get anything going, and then traded up. So it was an easy day for the most part to just be long all day. But I do have a boot camp. So if you join the Discord, right, there's a boot camp in there that's pre-recorded. You could run through to get the basics down, and then really there's no way to teach all of the nuances that the market offers. It's really only gonna come with experience. How cool would it be to like that watch the FOMC? Yeah, said no kid ever. Is that quant trading? No, this is Sierra charts. And this is Thinkorswim over here. Oh, my headphones are dead. Hang on, guys. I'm switching my headphones over. Someone give me a mic check. It's not working. Dead. That's why. Switch headphones. Okay, I'm good now. The invite link is expired. Yes. Let me see where I can post it at. I'll post it in the YouTube if you can jump on the YouTube. I don't know how to post it on the Facebook, to be honest. Invite people. Let me see if it goes to here. Facebook. Let me see if I can find it on the. Oh, here we go. Here's the link, bro. I figured out how to post it on there. Yeah, the one underneath of the video is expired, but that's purposely because I don't want to get a bunch of bots in the Discord. When people just click it and they're like, oh, what the fuck? They said, honestly, making a government banking system in Central America nation is where the money's at. Yeah, I mean, that's a dangerous gig, though. Let me know if you're able to get on there, Sergio. The YouTube live chat comments go away after you stream. Well, I have it limited anyways, so like I have it so like it can only be used 10 times. So once that link is used, it can only be used 10 times anyways. But yeah, that's a good idea. We haven't really had an influx of bots. Even those people that joined the other day, you know, they seemed actually kind of like real people because I reached out to most of them just trying to make sure like they were real. All right, guys, I'm gonna take a break here. I'm still gonna keep the stream running, but I'm gonna take a little break. Get some lunch. I'll put on some beats. Saw a lot of sellers get aggressive to 76, 75, 77 earlier, but weren't able to break it during that E session. So watch again for that. Oh, the mic is working, but the headphones aren't. Desktop audio. Properties. Okay, I can hear it. And if anybody wants to jump on the mic and start talking through while I'm grabbing some lunch, you know, definitely take advantage. I could mute the music if someone wants to. If not, we'll just leave it on low. I hate when you're watching my screen, you try to move it with my mouse or with your mouse. All right, guys, I'll be back. I'm gonna grab some lunch.
Is anybody in a trade?
If you want to make your business stand out, let's launch it with Taylor Brands. Watch me make you look like a pro. Okay, we'll start with a logo.
This is it.
Check. And you need an LLC, right?
Are you sure it's not gonna take
Not
forever?
with Taylor Brands. Check.
Well,
Let's see if this domain is available. Amazing. Now let's create a website. Check. Digital business card. I'm adding it to your bio, it's important.
I love it.
Okay, how about some merch?
Wow. It looks so real.
Congrats. You're now officially a business owner. Just go to Taylor Brands and start your business today.
What do you want?
Want a job that I don't hate. Want to do something that matters. But I don't know what that thing is. I feel like I want somebody to tell me exactly what to do. I want to stop feeling like if I take one more step, I'm just gonna fall into a pit forever.
I mean, what do you want to eat?
Oh, pad thai.
Yeah, so 2 orders of the pad thai. Yep, that's everything.
There's still argument about whether it is poetry or not.
All right, back. Let's see what see what we got, see what's going on. So, market did push down past that E low, past the D low, and really just kind of came back to that 71, and then bounced above. So right down to the VWAP, it looked like the market pulled back to, and it's starting to catch a little bit of a bid here. See, if we look around, the dollar's basically flat. Excuse me. Bitcoin's up about 3%. Oil's up 2%, sitting at $97. ES up 1.1. Gold up 0.17. Nasdaq's up 2.6. Russell's up 0.7. The Dow's only up 0.25. Bonds are also up 0.2. Apple's up 1.8. AMD's up 3.1. Amazon up 3.7. Google up 6.66. Uh-oh. Meta's up 5.37. Microsoft up 4.85. Netflix up 4%. And Tesla up 4.1. Glad you decided to step away from the mic for a minute so I could make some money on these shorts. You look at the tick here, I mean, pretty much making lower highs all day. So no real buying strength, just been kind of a short covering melt up. And we can see, you know, the market's still, you know, a fairly big loop. Excuse me. Fairly big loop, but still looks like a P to me.
More like an F.
Like an F. Yeah, 1, 2. My voice was single-handedly propping up the market. Tends to happen like that sometimes. Visa's getting smashed down after they had that pop-up after earnings, came back down to reality, and now they've just dropped a huge amount. Let's look at MasterCard. MasterCard's getting crushed as excuse me, MasterCard's getting crushed as well. Must be why the Dow's
You said-
lagging hard.
What was the first one?
Visa. Maybe they've got the Fed news before we did. Yeah, Tesla 3-1 split would probably be good for their stock. I think so. Give people better opportunity. It makes the options cheaper. I mean, and Tesla's like notorious for super expensive options, but it does make the options a little bit cheaper on there. Volume still around 10 to, or still around 12% less than it has been pretty much all day today. Maybe they finally figured out half the planet is about to default on their credit cards. Yeah. See, if using Sierra charting, will the free license key and CME data feed with NT8 suffice, or do you recommend upgrading to the lease license? You'd have to pay. There is, when you're switching to Sierra charts, if you're using like Apex Trader or something like that, you'd have to get the what's it called? You'd have to get a little bit of data at least
Data
with
feed.
it. Yeah.
Data packets.
Mortgage loans, student debt, yeah. Yeah, and you know, they haven't got what's it called? What is the debt forgiveness that everyone was kind of praying for? Round Dog, you have a question. If I'm in Sierra charts, Dom, there's a big market order hit sell limit in LOB. Does SLO amount reduce by the amount of MO? Does it reflect in the SC Dom? I don't, what are all these, what are all those acronyms? Low, is that low of orders in the LOB? SLO? I'm not sure what those acronyms are. Oh, the limit order book. The big buy market order hits sell limit orders. Limit order book. Does the sell limit order amount reduce by the amount of that? I'm not really sure, to be honest with you. I'm not really paying attention to a lot of those orders unless they're near, you know, right near the price. But if you have like, let's say like right now you're seeing 67 offers on the ask, and there's, you know, now it's 66, 65. You can see if some move down, like right there, 12 moved down, 41 moved down to get filled. And so it does change throughout, like as the trades go through. But as far as like the total order book number, I'm not really sure. I mean, it's just there's constantly orders getting added on and taken off. I really think it'd be hard to track like a total order book or total like of everything. I mean, you can scroll down all the way to like 22, 39, 22, and there's 70 lots sitting on the 39, 22 below. But yeah, I mean, so like here, I'll show you what the DOM looks like. Chart. So you can see like, I mean, this is resting orders, right? Resting bids, resting offers. This is the depth, right? If they're increasing or decreasing, right? The pulling and stacking column, they call it. And then these are traded orders. Last traded lot per level. CDC set, oh damn it. The CDC set to make monkeypox a nationally notifiable condition. New designation will take effect August 1st. PayPal shares extend gains after report that activist investor Elliott is building stake in company, now up to 10.9%. FTC has sued Meta to block it from buying VR company within Unlimited. Senate bill takes aim at Visa, MasterCard, credit cards. Oh, there's probably the news for why they went down. Senate bill would give merchants power to choose different network when they receive many Visa and MasterCard credit cards. Tesla's just kind of hanging out on its high right now. Apple's trying to break its high. See, there's obviously a lack of demand up here. It looks like people unwilling to push this thing up above that 155 gamma level. "25 minutes. Bell Powell comes out, tries to wreck the world. Sellers coming in here trying to offer this 77.5 here. Does that help, Brown Dog? Are you on Ninja Trader looking to maybe make a switch? The Ninja Trader DOM is just kind of so blah, doesn't really provide any good information, I think. Wait for your pitch and we will hit it out of the park. You said, yeah, thanks. No, I was just trying to calculate the cancellation rates if the big order hits. Yeah, that would be such a tough thing to kind of decipher, you know what I mean? I mean, yeah, it would be tough. And in my opinion, honestly, the orders that don't trade are really not as important as the orders that do. So those resting orders, a lot of times they're just putting it in there to get people off track of what's actually going on. How do you get the DOM on TOS? If you go, so if we make this big here, and you click active trader, it brings up a DOM. Problem with IntraTrader, I think that is that they make money from other partners who provide their market profile DOM and order flow tools. So it seems to me that they have limited incentive to provide better service. Yeah, that's I agree with that. And even when when Windows switched over to 11, I have a multi-broker license, and they didn't fix they didn't fix the API, so I can't even, because I used to be able to use NinjaTrader to look at Thinkorswim through the TD Ameritrade data, but they kind of got rid of it, which is annoying. So remember, at 2 o'clock we get the pre-released script that Pal's going to be reading, and then at 2:30 Pal will be live and start talking and answering questions, and we'll see what he does. That's what I'm in the process of switching over to TOS from NinjaTrader for internals. Yeah, you could run both at the same time if you wanted to. I used to run both. But Thinkorswim is kind of RAM intensive as well. So it tends to slow the computer down. Oh yeah, you should be good. Yeah. Yeah, 32 gigs is plenty. That I high is mechanical now, selling right off that T2 high. So let's see if they go up there and try to fix it. A lot of selling came in on that 76. EOS has such high commissions. If you open stocks account and put in like 350 in it and buy something, then you get all the data without having to trade. Yeah, that's what I don't really execute a lot of orders on here unless it's options trades. But still, yeah, the options, the other brokers could definitely offer better commissions for sure. If you're going to trade futures, I wouldn't trade futures on Thinkorswim. Plus, If you are going to trade futures on Thinkorswim, you're going to have a larger account because they don't offer low ass margins like a lot of the other brokers do. Because they're not a purely futures broker trader. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, their fees are okay. Yeah, and Stage 5 has good margins too. They offer, I think it was like $400 per ES contract of margin. It's pretty cheap. Dangerously cheap, to be honest. I think the margin for an ES contract should be like $5,000 minimum. Maybe 2,500. But yeah, AMP has really good commission.
What place has the $400 contract? The $400 margins?
Oh, that's Stage 5. And every once in a while you'll see AMP do it too. You open a TOS account without any money and you get level 2 in Bookmap for free. How'd you get Bookmap? I thought Bookmap is like a paid thing. Oh, Bookmap for ES, Apple, and Microsoft. That's pretty cool.
Say again?
Patterman said that he opened a TOS account and he gets Bookmap for the ES, Apple, and Microsoft for free without any money. Oh, free? Their maintenance margin is around 500 at the moment per contract on the mini. For Stage 5, yeah. Yeah, I like Stage 5. They have really good customer service too. Customer service goes a long way, to be honest. With me it does. Like this past weekend I was couch shopping looking for some new couches and walked into one place, Ashley's, and everyone just walked in there and they're kind of like meh. Didn't say anything, didn't really offer any help or assistance. But we walked into another furniture store called Bob's Discount Furniture. Basically the same fucking store, but the salesman there was actually like, hey, how can I help you, blah blah blah, and he fucking knew all this shit about couches and warranties and stuff like that. And so for me, like, I would rather buy something there than spend money at a place that is not just like kind of shitty when it comes to customer service. Bookmap for chat support and ask for Bookmap trial. It's unlimited. Oh, nice. Let's see if they're gonna clean up this eye high, right? This eye high was mechanical high. See what they've got up here. Sellers was trying to get heavy on this 78, trying to front run this this previous day's high and hold this level. Advanced decline has made a high of day. The breadth is chilling out a little bit, but still, 2.5 to 1, 2.8 to 1 on the NASDAQ. The tick actually has finally made a higher, or a higher low, I guess, or a higher local high. Watch that, Bobs. They don't allow you to pick up in your own truck, so you're at their mercy for delivery. Yeah, I appreciate that. That's good to know. That is sneaky. Probably end up just going to IKEA. IKEA's got decent stuff for cheap. So we're starting to see volume pick up a little bit here, getting closer and closer, about 9 minutes away from the meeting. I don't think we have IKEA up here, Roach, but we do have you could order IKEA like online. I'm not sure where the closest one is at though.
And when the one opened in Phoenix, there was literally a line blocking the freeway. Like it shut down the freeway.
What's that?
Insane. When they opened one in Phoenix and IKEA, they literally shut down the freeway. There's so many people trying to get in there on opening day.
Damn.
Like insanity. But if you're furnishing up like a small apartment, it's good stuff. And actually, the way they attach their particle board is actually pretty strong. Like it's pretty ingenious.
There's one up in Pyramids, Roach. Up past like Patterson, New Jersey. And then there's one like right outside of Elizabeth too, I think, by before you get to the airport. That one might be closer to me. On a lighter note, roasted off a tire on my 1985 Honda 150 scooter last night. At 2 p.m. So 2 p.m. the report's gonna come out, and then 2:30 Al will be on. Don't want like to leave the forge, huh? Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of going places either, to be honest with you. I'd rather just order it. But my wife wants to like, you know, you need to sit on it and feel if it's a good couch. Like, me, a couch is a couch, you know what I mean? Sit on it. If it's comfortable, if it's not comfortable, I just won't sit on it. That's too easy. Not right now. Maybe at like 3 o'clock we can. In like an hour.
Yeah, I didn't buy this Levitt's section because it was like $6 grand, so I bought it from this other store called Thomas. It was only $3 grand, and then when the took like 6 weeks to deliver, when it came in Levitt's boxes. So it was the same company.
Yeah, I think a lot of companies do that on purpose. They mark it up because like the name brand, you know, like, oh, this is like Ashley Furniture, you know, people like, oh, it's Ashley. Like, who gives a fuck about that bitch? Least of all the people that come over. Like, how many times people come over to your house, you know, if you got a nice couch and they're like, hey, you know, what brand is this couch? They ask you just where you got it, you know, and I guess like maybe Ashley was, but
No, nobody cares about that.
yeah. If anything, I'm looking at the fridge, like, yo, this is a nice fridge. I love a good
Unless you're
fridge.
Nancy Pelosi and you have a $22,000 fridge full of chocolate ice cream. The rest of the country's starving.
Her fridge makes chocolate. You said her fridge makes chocolate ice cream?
No, she was bragging that she had $22,000 worth of chocolate ice cream from all over the world, like a week after the riot started and everybody was losing their shit. And, you know, she had just total loss of reality and did some news segment about it. You know, it's unreal.
Well, that's what
And you can buy
happens.
that when you make $140,000 a year off the government, and somehow you're worth $100 million. You know,
She's just a really good investor, bro.
and Nvidia, what a shot in the dark that one was.
Crazy.
It's
It
like
really should be.
they
It
don't
should
even
be
try to hide
legal.
it anymore.
Like, yeah, exactly. They're like, nothing you can do about it.
One of the things I liked about when it was Scott Trade was they had a feature where you could follow the CEO and the CFOs, I think, and then we tell you when they would trade. You know, if they're moving, something's going on.
There's a website like that now. There's a website, I can't remember what it is, but there's a lot of people that oh, here comes the volatility starting to get kicked in. Got 2 minutes still until it happens, but there's a thing where you can track like the senators and all the government officials on their positions and stuff. So remember, like how I trade the FOMC is a little bit different than how a lot of other people trade the FOMC. I really am just looking for the impulse. I like to put my FOMC marker here, where the impulse comes from, and then if we hold above it, I like to try to look for longs, and if we hold below it, I like to look for shorts. Not really caring about, you know, what the meeting actually says. You know, the market will start to associate that, you know, as the time goes on. One minute.
So exciting! I feel like trading places right now.
Yeah, when you're just in there. Such a good movie. Might have to rewatch that one today. It's crazy that that movie flew. Like, you know, that would never fly right now. That'd be so much complaining.
Jamie Lee Curtis. Those were the first real tits I saw live, like on TV or a movie, like Jamie Lee Curtis. It was, yeah, I always remember that. Plus, that's back when Eddie Murphy was hilarious.
Yeah.
Dude, you're hilarious. The first hit you saw. How old are you?
They were spectacular. I think I'm 51 now,
What?
so.
Oh, you
dude,
can.
Like
that can't be the first hit you ever saw. That's crazy.
on TV, like, TV.
Oh, and like HBO or something?
Yeah,
Oh,
what year the movie come out?
Oh, here we go.
like 1989.
No, how do you live that?
That movie is no, it's not that old. It's right around there.
Big move up. Let me move this impulse.
Wasn't
Yeah. I love that movie.
So right up to those single prints.
It was like HBO or something.
Oh, Dad, you got the day off today?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
nice.
I got shit to do, man.
Mm-hmm. I just heard the dog in the background. It's like,
Yeah,
trying to breathe.
1983 that movie came out.
So that's 13. So that's about right.
Yeah.
It's 13. That's crazy.
Oh, I guess so. Yeah, 13. Yeah. No, you can't go in the house.
They raised it by 75 in a unanimous vote. Where's Jared at? Told you.
What'd they do? They erase it?
Oh, they raised it.
Oh, raised it.
Yeah. Jared was telling me it was going to be a point. He guaranteed me. And I said, no chance in hell. So that the 75 gives us a kind of bullish feel here. And, this could start driving the market up. But let's just let the initial excitement move down. The volume is still really thin. The liquidity is really thin here. Orders are just going back and forth, jumping around. So no reason to try to time this or force anything. Let's just wait.
Why does it do it like that? That just seems so silly with the small orders that are in there.
Because they're gathering up all the gamblers.
Oh.
Yeah.
People who are trying to go one way or the other without knowledge.
People that are gambling. Yep.
All in with a pair of fives.
Pre-flop.
Yeah. Better hope for fives.
Sitting in the big blind too.
Yeah, right. Sitting in the big blind, yeah.
Other people here are probably like, fuck, pair of fives all in. I'd call that.
Shit. Yeah, 2/3 of the deck can beat you with just a pair.
That's an interesting way to say that.
That's how odds and probabilities, my man.
I love cards. I've been playing cards since I was 6 years old. Taught how to play poker by my grandpa with a box of matchsticks as your chips. Once you lost it, you were out.
Sounds like prison.
Well, my grandpa was German, so it felt like prison because he was gruff as fuck.
So here we go, breaking the high back into these single prints. Like I said, I think, I kind of think is a little bit bullish.
Still have it. They stick your head up.
Perfect timing too, and I nailed it on the first try.
Hey, you did pretty good. I heard that one.
So just be careful here. A lot of times we get this huge pump and then, they dump it right after. Don't be trying to buy a breakout because you're feeling the FOMO. Everything is pretty thin here.
Ooh, it ran through all those single prints.
Yep, and then came right back down.
Yep.
We're looking for this responsive seller to see if there's going to be a responsive seller up here. Starting to see some big orders hit. Next point of control's up here at 39.98. Apple came up right to that 155 gamma level, didn't break. The indices are kind of giving us a mixed bag. Information technology, consumer discretionary, communication services, energy, utilities, materials, green, financials, healthcare, industrials, consumer staples, real estate, red. You can see the tick bounced all the way up to that 1000 tick and is now coming back down below zero here, and we're back below where the impulse was. The impulse was pretty much right off that T2 high, that, or right below it. We're just kind of back and forth here. U.S. interest rate futures see Fed funds rate 3.4% December after 75 basis point hike. See 107 basis points of tightening for the rest of 2022. They said job growth has been strong and unemployment has stayed low. Back down to the VWAP. VWAP right here at 72. Remember, we had these mechanical levels down below here. C low is mechanical, B low is mechanical. So back down below the VWAP. Look to see that 39.64 was a big level this morning, right? Down at B low, see if buyers step up here. Little mechanical buying off the half back here. Looks like some short covering coming in here at 68.75, 69. Back up to the VWAP. Sellers trapped on the 70 here, it looks like. If they can get back below. Remember, we saw that short covering come down right at 69. Mails here.
I don't know if he's gonna come back down or not. These things might still rally up.
You've got some sellers trapped right here at the 70, so that's their target. But if they get back below that 70 and start to cover again like they were, they'll probably pop back up here. They've been buying off the VWAP all day, and it still seems that they are buying on this VWAP again here. Sellers looks like they're trying to come in here at the 72 and getting trapped again. Well, my ES puts not so much at the moment. I hopefully got some time on those puts. Shit, guys, I'm in Mexico. Windows smashed on my shit. Time to break out of the 1963 Nova hardtop with no windshield. Savage. So it does look like these sellers were not able to get control. They're still stuck down there at the 70. They tried again at the 72 and kind of got trapped here. So let's see what else they give here. We're right here at the point of control, basically right in the center of the profile too. The halfback's a little bit lower at 71, which made sense why these sellers tried to pour in down there and ended up getting stuck a little bit. Bill press conference is 20 minutes away, about 17 minutes away now, I guess. Volume's still not, extremely high. So really unchanged from that statement. That statement really didn't change much either. As far as I'm looking, they changed the invasion to war. The word invasion to war. Russia's war is what they call it. Russia's war. You gotta whisper it like Uncle Joe. That's how you know they're about to tell you something useful. You think it says that on the teleprompter? Whisper this? Too far.
Did he just read out whisper this?
No. I was saying, like, do you think the teleprompter says that?
Probably does, man.
Because he's always like talking, then all of a sudden he'll be like, guys, listen, this is serious. And he'll like start whispering. You know, reminds me of that Keek the Sneak song.
Shake the hand of the guy to your right. Oh, I mean, to your left.
Whisper this. Fuck Mexico. I mean, it just depends on. I mean, it just depends on the part. Some parts are nice, and it's cheap. He'd read it if it said it on the teleprompter. Probably true. Yeah. He'd probably be saying, and the economy is doing this. Whisper the next sentence. Getting better.
Was I not supposed to say that?
Buyers struggling up here. Need to start lifting the offer above this 80. We're back at that T2 high here. Looks like buyers just they're trying here, like trying their darndest. But no follow through yet. They need to hold this thing above the 80 here. So unable to hold that 80 this time. Let's see what they've got. Weak spot on the profile right here, 77.50. If sellers can't get back down to that low level, then might be decent for some upside here above 80. There you go. There's some buyers pushing up in here. No matter if these sellers are just passively absorbing them or if they're just getting caught. Buyer trapped up there on the top tick, 82 lots. Definitely trapped up there. Mechanical buying off the T2 high. Remember, this is pretty much right at the impulse level from today. So we've got sellers trapped down here at the 70 and buyers trapped up here at the 81.5. Looking to me at the money. 93 to 98. Oh, is that what you're looking for? What's the expiry on your puts this too? My phone case is breaking. I usually. Oh, you said. Don't want to talk about it. I usually give myself more. This time, but it's all good. Didn't go with size. Yeah. Yeah, and you could. I mean, honestly, with the pickup in volatility, you could even just. You might make money and not really need a big move. See, where's the VIX at? The VIX is actually down 4.4% still, 23. Apple's looking like it's still, basically the same as the market here. But we got 9 minutes until the meeting. AMD's up 3.3, Amazon's up 3.4, Google's up 6.77, Meta's up 5.4, Microsoft up 5.1. Damn, stupid fucking goddamn Meta. I really wanted to play this, but I didn't. Stupid. Microsoft is up. If Powell comments about continuing to buy the debt, we'll see a bigger move. Yeah, probably. Tesla's still doing okay too. Right back down to that 76 there. Or we got sellers trapped down here on the 71 and the 70, and buyers still trapped up here on the 80 with about 8 minutes, 7.5 minutes left. Man, I had to leave for a little bit, but this thing just does go sideways. Well, that's not bad then. You'll have to leave and didn't miss much. Yes, we can go ahead and erase these now that these are gone. So not really a breakdown. Remember, we still have these two mechanical levels. C low is mechanical, B low is mechanical, but really not a lot of supply. And it's kind of even leading me to believe that, there's just not enough supply. No one's really willing to sell yet. At least and the statement really the statement really doesn't have much change to it. So there could just be waiting for the actual press conference because someone's going to ask him about recession guaranteed, and really the key will be to see how he tiptoes around that. Powell's a professional, he's a lawyer, and he's a professional at not answering questions by answering them, if that makes sense. And he has, and Powell has the most intestinal fortitude. He doesn't get shook by any of the questions. He really just sticks to his script. He has his pre-written responses that he's going to answer, and then I've seen him say it like fucking 7 times in a row, 7 different questions. But that's going to be the biggest talk, is going to be of recession and then future rate hikes, to see what they're expecting for September and December. It seems like they're on track. They're tightening, and remember the FOMC last FOMC meeting was at 40.47 down here, and from there, that is when the Fed had come out and said that equities were still overpriced or overvalued. In layman's terms, right? They said it a lot more fancy than that, but we're above that level now, so it'll be interesting to see what he says coming into this. Let me see if I can just start pulling him up now. That way we can be ready. Oh, everybody is live right now. Well, I guess that makes sense because it's the FOMC. Oh, that Nicholas Cruz is getting sentenced today.
Who's that?
That Parkland shooter? The one at the high school?
The crack team of police officers up.
No, this is the one at Florida, or one in Florida, not the one in Texas.
Oh, right.
You said the biggest talk is me running Mexico? They need to bring back like stoning. I think that'd be cool. Or the stockades. So that buyer was able to get his life back. Now you're starting to see some more buyers try to step up. Weak spot on the profile is 81.25 here. You look up at the, what is this, 39.90. There is 242 lots sitting up there. Oh, shit. Two minutes left. Glad I kept on the whole call. One whole call contract. Yeah, it has been pretty boring so far, I'm not gonna lie. Not really a ton of movement. I mean, that's just because the statement was fairly unchanged, right? He's not giving much different. He's just saying basically the same thing. The only thing that they're, kind of laying on is that Putin's war.
What if you could create the
You know, when you gotta say something that many times, it's because it's not true. It was good to see that they got some grain out of the Ukraine and Russia, though. They're saying it's too late for some of the countries. They're already past their starvation.
They're gonna be bummed when winter comes. Winter's coming for real now. September Fed futures only pricing in 50 basis points here, so we'll see what they say. Military industrial complex, Biden's money laundering scheme. You had people guaranteeing that also, that what we were going to get that 100 basis point raise. Yeah. It was, I mean, it was a pretty mixed bag among people that I follow. Here goes K period. Let's see when Powell comes out. He should be out any second. But yeah, I mean, I like the guy Chris Vecchio over on FX, and he was saying that, you know, he was going with 75. You know, a couple Irma bulls were going with the 100, and then I was even thinking, you know, possibly a 50-point basis raise. But here we go. Here's Powell. Hopefully everyone can hear him.
Good afternoon. My colleagues and I are strongly committed to bringing inflation back down, and we're moving expeditiously to do so. We have both the tools we need and the resolve it will take to restore price stability on behalf of American families and businesses.
K-Lo is mechanical.
The economy and the country have been through a lot over the past 2.5 years and have proved resilient. It is essential
Cleaned.
to bring inflation down to our 2% goal if we are to have a sustained period of strong labor market conditions that benefit all. From the standpoint of our congressional mandate to promote maximum employment and price stability, the current picture is plain to see. The labor market is extremely tight.
Market's balancing, K inside J period still.
Against this backdrop, today the FOMC raised its policy interest rate by 0.75 percentage point and anticipates that ongoing increases in the target range for the federal funds rate will be appropriate. In addition, we are continuing the process of significantly reducing the size of our balance sheet. And I'll have more to say about today's monetary policy actions after briefly reviewing economic.
Shorts covering on that 75. They don't hold it back down and get above this 77. Look for
Recent
short cover and
indicators of
rally.
Spending and production have softened.
Weak spot on the profile,
Growth in
77
consumer
half.
Spending has slowed significantly, in part reflecting lower
They got it.
disposable income and tighter financial conditions. Activity in the housing sector has weakened, in part reflecting higher mortgage rates. And after a strong increase in the first quarter, business fixed investment also looks to have declined
Back to the
in
VWAP.
the second quarter. Despite these developments, the labor market has remained extremely tight, with the unemployment rate near a 50-year low, job vacancies near historical highs, and wage growth elevated. Over the past 3 months, employment rose by an average of 375,000 jobs per month, down from the average pace seen earlier in the year, but still robust. Improvements in labor market conditions have been widespread, including for workers at the lower end of the wage distribution, as well as for African Americans and Hispanics. Labor demand is very strong, while labor supply remains subdued, with the labor force participation rate little changed since January.
Mechanical low.
Overall, the continued strength of the labor market suggests that underlying aggregate demand remains solid. Inflation remains well above our longer run goal of 2%.
A lot of volume coming in down here on this low tick. 894 lots. If they can't get back down there, that's kind of shitty for these sellers who sold that low tick.
Core PCE
Ever watch the 77 half? That's the weak spot on the profile right now.
The 12-month change in the consumer price index came in above expectations at 9.1%, and the change in the core CPI was 5.9%. Notwithstanding the recent slowdown in overall economic activity, aggregate demand appears to remain strong. Supply constraints have been larger and longer lasting than anticipated, and price pressures are evident across a broad range.
Selling off the VWAP there.
Although prices for some commodities have turned down recently, the earlier surge in prices of crude oil and other commodities that resulted from Russia's war on Ukraine has boosted prices for gasoline and food, creating additional upward pressure on inflation. The Fed's monetary policy actions are guided by our mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. My colleagues and I are acutely aware that high inflation imposes significant hardship, especially on those least able to meet the higher costs of essentials like food, housing, and transportation. We are highly attentive to the risks high inflation poses to both sides of our mandate, and we're strongly committed to returning inflation to our 2% objective. At today's meeting, the committee raised the target range for the federal funds rate by 0.75 percentage point, bringing the target range to 2.25% to 2.5%. And we're continuing the process of significantly reducing the size of our balance sheet, which plays an important role in firming the stance of monetary policy. Over coming months, we will be looking for compelling evidence that inflation is moving down, consistent with inflation returning to 2%. We anticipate that ongoing increases in the target range for the federal funds rate will be appropriate. The pace of those increases will continue to depend on the incoming data and evolving outlook for the economy. Today's increase in the target range is the second 75 basis point increase
Cleans
in
up
as
that
many meetings.
weak spot, right back to it.
While another unusually large
Can't get down there.
increase could be appropriate at our next meeting. That is a decision that will depend
Little
on the
profit
data
taking
we
right
get
there.
between now and
Watch
then.
the 77.5. It's the weak spot.
We will continue to make our decisions
Buyer's
meeting
still
by
active there so
meeting
far.
and communicate our thinking as clearly as possible. As the stance of monetary policy tightens further, it likely will become appropriate to slow the pace of increases while we assess how our cumulative policy adjustments are affecting the economy and inflation. Our overarching focus is using our tools to bring demand into better balance with supply in order to bring inflation back down to our 2% goal and to keep longer-term inflation expectations well anchored.
Nice.
Making appropriate monetary policy in this uncertain environment requires a recognition that the economy often evolves
I can show you
in
a
unexpected
lot.
ways. Inflation
So there's
has
a
obviously
breakout. Look for
surprised to the
volume
upside
to
over the past
follow.
year, and further surprises could be in store. We therefore will need to be nimble in responding to incoming data and the evolving outlook. And we will strive
Apple's starting to
avoid
just
adding
go on a tear to
uncertainty
the
in what is
upside here,
already
too.
an extraordinarily challenging and uncertain time. We are highly attentive to inflation risks and determined to take the measures
Weak spot on the
necessary to
profile,
reduce inflation to our 2%
85
longer-run
half.
goal. This process is likely to involve a period of below-trend economic growth and some softening in labor market conditions. But such outcomes are likely necessary to restore price stability and to set the stage for achieving maximum employment and stable prices over the longer run. To conclude, we understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can
Nice
to
work,
achieve our
Dad.
maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Here we go. The part everyone's waiting for. Careful for a sell-off right here back into the value if we don't start to get volume, especially as the questions start to come through.
Rachel Siegel from the Washington Post. Wondering if you can walk us through your thinking around the decision not to go for a full percentage point increase. We saw a ramp up after the May CPI report.
You
came
should
in
just be
hotter
like,
than
you know what,
usual,
stupid fucking question,
and obviously
next.
The June figure did too. Was there any discussion of a stronger hike at this meeting? Yeah, thank you.
Sure. So we did judge
Sure.
that a 75 basis point increase was the right magnitude in light of the data and in the context of the ongoing increases in the policy rate that we've been making. I'd say that
Weak spot on that profile is 86. You shouldn't be looking to get short until the market gets below that 86, 84 level.
That were appropriate.
He's upstairs.
That was not the case at this meeting. There was very broad support for the move that we made. You mentioned the June meeting. We had said many times that we were prepared to move aggressively, more
Long the
aggressively.
75,
Inflation
nice.
continued to disappoint. And that's why we did move to a more aggressive pace at the June meeting, as we said we would do. At this meeting, we continued at that more aggressive pace as inflation has continued to disappoint in the form of the June CPI reading.
Thank you so much for taking our questions. Colby Smith with the Financial Times. As the committee considers the policy path forward, how will it weigh the expected decline in headline inflation, which might come as a result of the drop in commodity prices, against the fact that we are likely to see some persistence in core readings in particular? And given that potential tension and signs of, any kind of activity.
Nice. Ooh, let's get that 4K. You can have it.
Committee's thinking changed on how far into restrictive territory rates might need to go?
So I guess I'd start by saying we've been saying we will move expeditiously
one
to get
tick
to
away.
a range of neutral, and I think we've done that now. We're at 225 to 2.5, and that's right in the range of what we think is neutral. So the question is, how are we thinking about the path forward? So one thing that hasn't changed is that it won't change is that our focus is going to continue to be on using our tools to bring demand back into better balance with supply in order to bring
Okay,
inflation
there we
back
go.
down. That'll continue to be our overarching focus. We also said that we expect ongoing rate hikes will be appropriate and that we'll make decisions meeting by meeting. So what are we going to be looking at? We'll be looking at the incoming data, as I mentioned, and that'll start with economic activity. Are we seeing the slowdown in economic activity that we think we need? And there's some evidence that we are at this time. Of course, we'll be looking at labor market conditions, and we'll be
Almost back up to that previous impulse, getting into the A single prints here, right at that impulse. A high is going to be 16.
You mentioned headline and core. Our mandate is for headline,
17-ish.
for core, but we look at core because core is actually a better
Yeah,
indicator of
1675.
headline and of all inflation going forward. So we'll be looking at both, and we'll be looking at them for at those both really for what they're saying about the outlook rather than just simply for what they say. But we'll be asking, do we see inflationary pressures declining? Do we see actual readings of inflation coming down? So in light of all that data, the question we'll be asking is whether the stance of policy we have is sufficiently restrictive
This is such
to
a
bring
run.
inflation back down to our 2% target. And it's also worth noting that these rate hikes have been
Yeah, just let it ride. If you're still holding along, just let it ride.
It's
All right, see if we can get this 16 half,
so
1675. There's a bunch of weak spots below, and if sellers can't get below those levels, there's no real reason to be getting short.
So where are we going?
Don't try to call the top. No need to be a hero.
I think the committee broadly feels that we need to get policy to at least to a moderately restrictive level. And maybe the best data point for that would be what we wrote down in our SEP at the June meeting. So I think the median for the end of this year, the median would have been between 3.25 and 3.5. And then people wrote down 50 basis points higher than that for 2023. So that's, even though that's now 6 weeks old, I guess, that's the most recent reading. Of course, we'll update that reading at the September meeting in 8 weeks. So that's how we're thinking about it. As I mentioned, as it relates to September, I said that another unusually large increase could be appropriate, but that's not a decision we're making now. It's one that we'll make based on the data we see, and we're going to be making decisions meeting by meeting. We think it's time to just go to a meeting by meeting basis and not provide.
So he's not providing any real information. He's just saying,
on the
you know, basically nothing. So far, it's doubled from where it was going to sell. Nice.
Nick Timmeros of the Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, you've said that your policy works through influencing expectations and that policy needs to be at least moderately restrictive, which means you need financial conditions to stay tight. Futures market pricing currently implies you will raise rates this year along the lines of your June SEP, but then lower them a few months later next year. Are these expectations consistent with the need to keep financial conditions tight in order to moderate purchasing power and bring inflation back to 2%?
So I'm going to start by pointing out that it's very hard to say with any confidence in normal times. In normal times, what the economy is going to be doing in 6 or 12 months. And so to try to predict what the appropriate monetary policy response would be, I mean, of course, we do that in the SEP, but nonetheless, you've got to take any estimates of what rates will be next year with a grain of salt, because there's so much uncertainty. These are not normal times. There's significantly more uncertainty now about the path ahead than I think there ordinarily is, and ordinarily it's quite high. So again, I would.
He's doing nothing.
The only data point I have for you really is the June.
He's so funny.
Which I think is just the most recent thing that the committee.
Billy's trying to sell under this 9.5 here.
Inflation has come in higher. Economic activity has come in weaker than expected. But at the same time, I would say that's probably the best estimate of where the committee's thinking is still, which is that
The market's still respecting that excess so far of a.
restrictive level by the end of this year, by which I mean
If we
3 and 3.5%.
get a little bit wider,
The committee sees
I don't even know if this
increases,
contract goes back that far. I don't have that data loaded.
As I mentioned, we'll update that, of course, at the September meeting, but that's really the best I can do on that.
You said inflation had been a little bit hotter than anticipated. Has your view of the terminal rate changed since June?
So I wouldn't say it was. I think we didn't expect a good reading, but this one.
Next level up here is that 18 quarter above that 16 quarter, and then above that I'm looking for 73.
We'll write down that it's going to evolve.
Isn't that his
Obviously,
job?
it has
Yeah.
evolved over the course.
But he's a
All
lawyer, and you know how
has
lawyers
evolved.
just love
It
to
has
not do
evolved over the
shit,
course of the year as we learn
not answer any
how
real
persistent
questions.
inflation is going to be. And by the time of the September meeting, we will have seen 2 more CPI readings and 2 more labor market readings, and significant amount of readings about economic activity and perhaps
AXS still getting
geopolitical
respected
developments.
here.
It'll be a lot. It's an 8-week intermeeting period, so I think we'll see quite a
Reload
lot
to
of data,
88.
and we'll make our decision at that meeting.
Oh, sorry, I just saw that. Might have been a
based
little
on
bit
the
late.
data.
Hi, Jarrell. Thanks for taking our questions. Gina Smilik, New York Times. You kind of alluded to this earlier, but I wonder, in the event that you see several months of very weak headline inflation numbers because oil prices are coming down so much, but core inflation continues to be strong or even picks up, I wonder how you would think about that.
Did you help
So
mommy put the
it's hard
groceries
to
away?
deal with hypotheticals, but I just
Well,
want
ask
to say
her.
this: we
Needs help.
we would look at both,
Oh.
and we'd be asking ourselves,
Yeah, okay.
are we confident that inflation is on a path down to 2%? That's really the question, and we'll be making, our policy stance will be set at a level, ultimately, at which we are confident that inflation is going to be moving down to 2%. So it would depend on a lot of things. Of course, as I mentioned, core inflation is a better predictor of inflation going forward. Headline inflation tends to be volatile. So in ordinary times, you look through volatile moves in commodities. The problem with the current situation is that if you have a sustained period of supply shocks, those can
Got some
actually
buyers
start
trapped up
to
there on the 16
undermine,
quarter 16 here.
or to work on de-anchoring inflation expectations. The public doesn't distinguish between core and headline inflation in their thinking. So it's something we have to take into consideration in our policymaking, even though our tools don't really work on some aspects of this, which are the supply side issues.
Steve Leisman, CNBC. Thanks for taking my question, Mr. Chairman. Earlier this week, the president said we are not going to be in a recession. So I have 2 questions off of that. Do you share the president's confidence?
Here we go. Here's the
in not
recession
being in a
question.
recession? And second, how would or would not a recession change policy? Is it a bright line, sir, where contraction of the economy would be a turning point in policy, or is there some amount of contraction of the economy the committee would be willing to abide in its
Sellers on the
effort to
12
reduce
getting
inflation?
trapped.
So as I mentioned,
Kind of waiting for them to get trapped and maybe see if we can catch another
we think it's
ride back to
necessary
the upside here.
growth slow down. And growth is going to be slowing down this year for a couple of reasons. One of which is that you're coming off of the very high growth of the reopening year of 2021. You're also seeing tighter monetary policy, and you should see some slowing. We actually think we need a period of growth below potential in order to create some slack so that the supply side can catch up. We also think that
VIX is down almost 7% here. Tesla's up 6%. Netflix up 5%. Microsoft up 6.5%. Meta's up 7% almost. Motherfucker. Google's up 8%. Amazon up 5%. AMD almost up 5%. Apple's up almost 3%. Okay, he didn't answer the question.
So we're going to be focused on getting inflation back down, and
He's not going to answer it.
As I've said on other occasions, price
classic.
stability is really the bedrock of the economy, and nothing works in the economy without price stability. We can't have a strong labor market without price stability for an extended period of time. We all want to get back to the kind of labor market we had before the pandemic, where
Shorts trapped down here at the 9. Let's see if they get back down there.
differences in that kind of thing were at historic minimums.
They keep
where
getting stuck on the 9. There's a buyer on the 9.
where inflation was low. We want to get back to that, but that's not happening. That's not going to happen without restoring price stability. So that's something we see as something that we simply must do, and we think that we don't see it as a trade-off with the employment mandate. We see it as a way to facilitate the sustained achievement of the employment mandate in the longer term.
He didn't say it again. He didn't answer the
Howard Schneider
question.
with Reuters. Particularly in regard to expectations.
Classic.
It's been said the last few months that the risks of doing too
Still
little,
long 175, but we have more
outweigh
upside.
the
Don't want to
risks
leverage up
of
too
doing
much
too
here.
much.
Another
Does that
leg.
remain the
Watching your
bias?
thoughts on that. Waiting your thoughts on that. 88 level. Yeah, I mean, if we get back down to there, we'll have to evaluate kind of how it gets back down there and the tempo. But we saw that buyer on the 7, so hopefully you jumped in on that 7. And we'll see what we got here on the upside. There was that offer on the 13 quarter here, and then we had those buyers trapped up at the 16 quarter. So that's really the target here on this trade.
We know that the path has clearly narrowed, really based on
The 88's pretty far away. You know what I
may
mean?
narrow further. So, you know, I do think, as I said just now, that restoring price stability is just something that we have to do. There isn't.
I don't know. He just said inflation. That might be bad for the market. Be careful here.
Have a strong labor market over time. Without restoring price stability, you won't be able to, over the medium and longer term, to actually have a sustained period of very strong labor market conditions. So, of course, we serve both sides of the dual mandate, but we actually see them as well aligned on this.
But as a follow-on to that, given the uncertainty and the sort of
You are longing. It's so bullish.
If you're going to make a mistake, would you rather make the mistake on doing too much, raising too much, than raising too little?
We're trying not to make a mistake. Let me put it this way. We do see that there are two-sided risks. There would be the risk of doing too much and imposing more of a downturn on the economy than was necessary. But the risk of doing too little and leaving the economy with this entrenched inflation, it only raises the cost. If you fail to deal with it in the near term, it only raises the cost of dealing with it later. To the extent people start to see it as just part of their economic lives,
He said we're trying not to make a mistake.
high inflation into their decisions, when that, on a sustained basis, when that starts to really happen, and we don't think that's happened yet, but when that starts to happen, it just gets that much harder, and the pain will be that much greater.
When you're done
I
trying
really
to
do
win
think that it's
trading
important
respect,
that we address
try
this
running
now.
a Banana Republic Central America government. Sounds like you have the grit. I'm not trying to win any trading respect, to be honest with you. I'm just trying to teach people how to,
Do you believe the United States is
fish.
currently in a recession? Will the GDP reading tomorrow affect that judgment one way or the other?
Yeah, at least it's not boring
Has your
anymore. That's a
assessment of
good
the risk of
point.
recession changed any in recent weeks?
So, I do not think the U.S. is currently in a recession. And the reason
He said he
is
does
there's
not
too
think we're
many
in a
areas of the
recession.
economy that are performing.
That's bullish.
Too well. And of course, I would point to the labor market in particular.
Here we go. Remember those buyers were trapped up here. They're cleaned up. Now we get continuation.
That we understand, really, the
Let's
growth
bust
was
through this.
extraordinarily
Yeah.
5.5%. We would have expected growth to slow. There's also more slowing going on now. But if you look at the labor market, you've got growth. I think payroll jobs averaging 450,000 per month. That's a remarkably strong level for this state of affairs. The unemployment rate at near a 50-year low at 3.6%. All of the wage measures that we track are running very strong. So this is a very strong labor market, and it's just not consistent with 2.7 million people hired in the first half of the year. It doesn't make sense that the economy would be in recession with this kind of thing happening. So I don't think the U.S. economy is in recession right now.
He says that he doesn't think the U.S. economy is in a recession right
I
now.
haven't seen it, and we'll just have to see what it says. I don't.
Weak spot on the
I think
profile,
in general,
17.
The GDP numbers do have a tendency to be revised pretty significantly. It's very hard. It's very hard to accumulate U.S. GDP. It's a large economy, and a lot of work and judgment goes into that. But you tend to take first GDP reports, I think, with a grain of salt. But of course, it's something we'll be looking at.
16 quarter to 17 week
Hi, Chair Powell.
week
Victoria
on
Lear,
the
Politico.
profile.
I wanted to ask about the new conflict of interest rules that you all rolled out. Some senators have written asking for those rules to have more teeth and to have
Good
sort of more
repellent.
transparency about
Yeah. Hindsight.
the Fed officials' financial activity. I was wondering if you could speak to that and whether you intend on toughening those rules in any way.
So those are the toughest rules in place, at any comparable institution that I'm aware of. We think, we thought about this carefully, and we put them in place, and we're building the infrastructure so that the enforcement will be tight. That actually you won't be.
There's really not a lot of resistance up here. I mean, we haven't been up at these levels in a while. And it's kind of confirming the breakout on a weekly level here. And I mean, really 40. You see all these other levels up here at this 40, 70,
that
New
will,
area.
support public trust in the institution. And again, we're just now, the system is just now up and running, and I'm proud of what we did.
Hi.
The bot
Katerina
page just
Ferraro,
sold.
Bloomberg News. I wanted to ask a little bit more about the 75 basis points versus 50 versus 25. Can you talk a little bit about what kind of goes into your thinking for, making the decision on how much to raise rates? And, just talking about a very large amount that you alluded to, could that possibly be 100 basis points? And then kind of along those lines, is there any sort of weakness in the economy outside
Worried about catching
of
a falling knife, like getting
inflation
long at the
measures
top?
that would lead you to slow
Yeah, it's tough.
your hiking pace?
So I'm gonna take that as a question about the next meeting and thereafter. So as I mentioned, we're going to be looking at all of those things: activity, labor market, inflation, and we're going to be thinking about our policy stance and where does it really need to be. And I also mentioned that as this process, now that we're at neutral, as the process goes on, at some point, it will be appropriate to slow down. And we haven't made a decision when that point is, but intuitively that makes sense, right? We've been front-end loading these very large rate increases. Now we're getting closer to where we need to be. So that's how we're thinking about it. And we're, in terms of September, we're gonna watch the data and the evolving outlook very carefully, and factor in everything and make a decision in September about what.
As we're getting up to these levels, you're going to start seeing some of this leveraged money, as we showed the COT report on Monday. Leveraged money was extremely short, and they might just start getting squeezed here if this thing keeps hanging out up here.
At all. So we are, we're going to be guided by the data, and I think you can still think of the destination as broadly in line with the June SEP. Because it's only 6 weeks old, and sometimes SEPs can get old really quick. I think in this one I would say is probably the best guide we have as to where the committee thinks it needs to get at the end of the year and then into next year. So I would point you to that.
Hi, thank you.
United
Chris
States
Ruger,
offers a
Press.
deal to release
I
Brittany
wanted to
Griner.
ask about right now there is a
And
sort of
another
growing
jailed
gap
American.
between the Fed's preferred measure of inflation, the PCE index, and the one that's followed by the public, the CPI, of course. How do you expect to handle this divergence if the PCE starts to come down enough for you to consider slowing rate hikes, even if the public is still seeing much higher CPI ratings? Thank you.
So it's an interesting situation. Of course, we've
Yeah, I can turn it up.
long used PCE because we think it's just better at capturing the inflation that people actually face in their lives. And I think that view is pretty widely understood. That said, the public really reads about CPI. And the difference really is because
anti-gravity knife.
CPI has higher weights on things like food, gasoline, motor vehicles, and housing than the PCE index does. And so that accounts for a lot of the difference. However, over time, they tend to come together. We were given the importance in the public eye of CPI. We are calling it out and noticing it and everything like that. But remember, we do target PCE. That is because we think it's a better measure. They will come together eventually. The typical gap was really about 25 basis points for a very long
So they're
time.
trapped on 11 there.
Got to, 40 basis points. That would be very noticeable. Now it's much larger than that because of the things I
It's a
mentioned.
breathe.
So we'll be watching both, but again, the one that we think is the best measure always has been PCE, at least since I think we, some 20 plus years ago, moved to PCE.
Little liquidation right here from buyers.
I'd like to weave a couple of things together, Mr. Chairman. Michael McKee from Bloomberg TV and Radio. You said that the destination pretty much remains the same in terms of your end of the year target, but where are you in the journey?
When this press conference is over, I want to come
We've now
outside.
seen the federal stimulus programs end. You mentioned consumer spending, business investment have slowed.
Mommy going out with me?
Are they moving at a pace you would expect, or is demand still greater than supply, too much greater than supply, that you need to do significantly more? And I ask because there are lags in the impact of monetary policy, as you mentioned, and a lot of this might hit in 2023. The strong dollar effect may hit in 2023. when the economy might be weak? How do you know where you are and where you think you need to get to?
Well, just talking about demand for a second, as I mentioned in my remarks, I think you pretty clearly do see a slowing now in demand in the second quarter. Consumer spending, business fixed investment, housing, places like that. I think, you know, people widely looked at the first quarter numbers and thought they didn't make sense. And
Going back up to that 1675 level, let's see if this L period is going to keep one time frame. Look at all the single prints below here.
But
don't be a hero and try to
same
time the
you
top.
have this labor market. So there are plenty of experiences where GDP has been reported as weak and the labor market is strong and the economy has gone right through that and been fine. So that's happened many times. And it used to happen, if you remember, in the first quarter of every year for several years in a row, GDP was negative and the labor market was moving along just fine, and it turned out to just be measurement error. It was called residual seasonality. We don't know the situation. The truth is, though, we think that demand is moderating. We do. How much is it moderating? We're not sure. We're going to have to watch the data carefully. There is a great deal of money on people's balance sheets that they can spend. The unemployment rate is very low. The labor market's very hot. There are many, many job openings. Wages are high. So it's the kind of thing where you think that the economy should actually be doing pretty well in the second half of the year. But we'll have to see. We don't know that because you do see a marked slowing in the second quarter that is fairly broad. So we'll be watching that. We'll be watching that. Of course, as I mentioned, we do want to see demand running below potential for a sustained period to create slack and give inflation a chance to come down.
So he wants to see a slowing economy in order to see that what he's doing is working. He's been trying to do this. He's been trying to curb demand for a while now. It just hasn't had much success.
How much weakness will it accept with regard to slower job growth and higher unemployment?
More shorts cover on that 1075
before
there.
it pauses or begins to think about cutting rates.
So I think you're already seeing, you've seen in the labor market, what you've seen is a decline from very high levels of job creation last year and earlier this year to modestly slower job creation. Still quite robust, as I mentioned. So you're seeing that. You're seeing some increase in initial claims for uninsurance, although that may actually have to do with seasonal adjustments. We're not sure that that's actually real. There's some evidence that wages, if you look at average hourly earnings, they appear to be moderating. Not so yet from the other wage measures, and we'll be getting the Employment Compensation Index measurement, I think, on Friday, I guess. And that's a very important one because it adjusts for composition. So I'd say you and also anecdotally, you hear much, the sort of level of concern on the part of businesses that they simply can't find workers is probably down a little bit from what it was, say, for example, late in the latter parts of last year. So there's a feeling that the labor market is moving back into balance. If you look at job openings or quits, you see them moving sideways or perhaps a little bit down. But it's only the beginning of an adjustment. But I think most also, if you look at, I mean, once you start citing these things, you can't stop. If you look at the household survey, you see much lower job creation, and the household survey can be quite volatile, but it has no jobs created in the last 3 months. So that might be a signal that job creation is actually a little bit slower than we're seeing in the establishment survey. So executive summary, I would say there's some evidence that labor demand may be slowing a bit. Labor supply, not so much. We have been disappointed that labor force participation really hasn't moved up since January. That may be related to yet another big wave of COVID, and there's evidence that that's the case. But so we're not seeing much in the way of labor supply. Nonetheless, I would say some progress on demand and supply getting back in alignment. So I think we're going to be looking at inflation as well. We you know, as I mentioned,
Weak spot, 16.5
coming down. We need to be confident that inflation is going to get back down to mandate consistent levels. That's not something we can.
Here we go. Let's
that really needs to
see
happen.
if they squeeze them. Like I said, a lot of this leveraged money is short, and this is where they could start getting squeezed out. The longer we spend up here, the more scared they get, the more covering they do.
of excess demand.
As more covering
there
happens,
should
you start
be
to
able
see that
be
mad rush for
an
the door,
adjustment that would have
driving price
lower
up.
than, perhaps lower than expected increases in unemployment, lower than would be expected in the,
Like I
in the
said,
ordinary course
there's
of events.
no
because
business
the-
getting short
the
here with
levels
this
of the
many single
ratio
prints.
Of vacancies to unemployed is just out of keeping with historical
Pricing
experience,
lower,
and that
pricing higher.
suggests that this time could be different.
What's that?
Did you say price to go lower, price to go higher?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Edward Lawrence from Fox Business. So you said the
What
path
did I say?
may be narrowed to avoiding
Oh,
a
hi-
recession. So how
I said
close
higher,
are
yeah.
we to a recession? And then how do forecasts of possible recessions from banks and economists, how does that make a soft landing you've talked about more difficult?
So as I mentioned, it doesn't seem that the U.S. economy is in recession right now, and I think you do see weakening, some slowdown, let's put it that way, in growth, and you see it across some of the categories that I mentioned, but there's also just the very strong data coming out of the labor market still. So overall, you would say that in all probability, demand is still strong, and the economy is still on track to continue to grow this year. But the slowdown in the second quarter is notable, and we're going to be watching that carefully. Sorry, what was a lot of
Forecasts. How did bank forecast the possible recessions that comes? Does that affect the soft landing?
Well, we've said since the beginning, I think, that having a soft landing is what we're aiming for. Of course, that has to be our goal. It is our goal, and we'll keep trying to achieve it. I do think events. At the beginning, we said it was not going to be easy. It was going to be quite challenging to do that. It's unusual. It's an unusual event. It's not a typical event, given where we are. If there is a path to it, and we think there is, it is the one I mentioned, that the labor market actually has such a large amount of surplus demand that you could see that demand coming down in a way that didn't translate into a big increase in unemployment as you would expect in the ordinary course, because frankly the imbalance is so much greater. But we don't know that. I mean, this is a case of first impression. So anyone who is really sure that it's impossible or really sure that it will happen is probably underestimating the level of uncertainty. And so I would certainly say it's an uncertain thing. Nonetheless, it's our goal to achieve it, and we'll keep trying to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jean Young with Market News. I wanted to ask about the balance sheet reduction program. It's been working for a couple months now and in a different environment than the last time the Fed did it. What are you learning?
I hope they
about
squeeze
how
these
it's
guys all the way up
working
to
and how
70.
markets are reacting? And is reaching
71
the
half,
minimum
maybe.
level of reserves needed in the system still several years away at the current pace?
So we think it's working fine. As you know, we tapered up into it, and in September we'll go to a full strength, and the markets seem to have accepted it. By all assessments, the markets should be able to absorb this, and we expect that'll be the case.
That's bullish.
So, I would say the plan is broadly on track. It's a little bit slow to get going because some of these trades don't settle until for a bit of time.
Sports
But
covering on the
pick up
21 quarter here.
And I guess your second question was getting the process of getting back down to the new equilibrium will take a while, and that time it's hard to be precise, but the model would suggest that it could be between 2.5 years, that kind of thing. And this is a much faster pace than the last time. Balance sheet's much bigger than it was, but we looked at this carefully, and we thought that this was a sensible pace, and we have no reason to think it's not.
Hi, Chairman Powell. Brian Chung, Yahoo Finance. Looking at financial conditions, it seems like the tightening has slowed as of late, with the 10-year coming down, 30-year fixed mortgage rates also going a bit sideways when we talk about a hot housing market still. Just wondering if you find financial conditions tight enough, especially as you continue to raise rates.
So a big piece of that is inflation expectations, break-evens coming down, which is a good thing. It's a good thing that markets do seem to have confidence in the committee's commitment to getting inflation back down to 2%. So we'd like to see market-based, readings of inflation expectations come down. broader financial conditions have
That would
tightened-
be awesome. Yeah,
tightened a
down
good
for that
bit.
too.
I mean, the way this works is we set our policy, and financial conditions react, and then financial conditions are what affects the economy. So, and we don't control that second step. We're just going to do what we think needs to be done. We're going to
A bunch of sellers trapped down on the 19 quarter here.
Confident that inflation will be moving back
Look
down.
for them to take this high. Next liquidity levels up
That's
at
how
the
we're gonna take it.
30,
And of course,
203
we'll be
lots sitting
watching
up there.
financial conditions to see that they are appropriately tight and that they're having the effect that we would hope they're having, which is to see demand moderate and inflationary pressures recede and ultimately inflation come down.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Greg Robb from MarketWatch. I wonder if you can go back a little bit in time to before there was this outbreak of inflation, when the committee put in place forward guidance on tapering asset purchases. I think it was December 2020. There's a recent speech by Fed Governor Waller talking about that and saying that maybe that was too tight, that kind of condition, and it put you a little bit
Watch for
behind.
this
Not his
54.
much, but maybe,
Here, what's
kind of late
this?
to react
Close
to some of that inflation. So can you talk
55.75.
about that decision,
And then I'm
and
still
have
watching
you
for
looked at it
this
in hindsight at all?
71 half.
Thank you.
So
This
yeah,
is that
we
upper
said
balance area
that
up
we
here.
wouldn't lift off until we had basically achieved our dual mandate goal.
The low of it.
And the reason we did it in real time was that the first look at the new framework that we'd rolled out, plenty of people were saying, "Oh, it's not."
That
gonna work,
weekly
we'll never get
low
inflation to 2%."
is
Some of our critics
40.71
said
half.
inflation's too high. Were the same ones who were saying you'll never get to 2%. Well, but anyway,
Big buy order on the
that's what happened.
2,187 lots.
We thought we needed to really.
I'm trying
make
to
a
support here.
strong,
You might have some momentum
statement.
traders
It
getting
wasn't part of
stuck
the
up here.
framework. The December 20 guidance was not part of our overall new framework. It was just guidance that we put in place. So I would say two things. One, I don't think that is materially changed the situation. But I have to admit, I don't think I would do that again. I don't think I would do that again. Ultimately, the situation evolved in a highly unexpected way for all of us. And, maybe the learning is that leave a little more flexibility than that.
Look at the breadth here.
Did it matter in the
5
end?
to 1, 4 to 1. All the sectors have flipped green. Look at Apple. I mean, everything is on a tear really, but Apple just jumped up 3%.
Central banks were raising rates,
and it's just
3
on the
months
rise
earlier,
here.
and it didn't matter. I mean, this is a global phenomenon that's happening now. Admittedly different in the United States.
40 contracts trade on that top tick.
But anyway.
Just a lot of people talk about that time, and they talk about a taper tantrum that I know you haven't talked about it too much, but that you were worried at the time about repeating that taper tantrum that you had experienced as a governor. So was that part of that? Where did that fit into all those decisions? Thank you.
So I think we learned there have been multiple taper tantrums, right? So there was the famous one in 2013. There's what happened at the December 18 meeting where markets can ignore developments around the balance sheet for years on end and then suddenly react very sharply. So we just had developed a practice of moving predictably and doing it in steps and things like that. It was just like that's how we did it. And so we did it that way this time. We were careful to take steps and communicate and all that kind of thing. We were trying to avoid a tantrum because they can be quite destructive. They can tighten financial conditions and knock the economy off kilter. And when it happens, you have to really in both 13 and 18 really had consequences for the real economy, 2, 3, 4 months later. So we were trying to avoid that. That was part of it. Again, I don't think that's the real issue of 2020 and 21 was.
He's really just not saying anything. He's just saying the same bit over and over and over. Rugsby helping you stay in the trade. Good stuff, man. I'm glad you're staying in there. Just be careful, right? We got that thin spot down at the 17. That's where my stop's at right now. My stop is actually at 1650, but below that 17, I think might catch a bit more downside. So I don't want to hang on too long after that.
That's what that was very broadly thought to be the case. These supply side issues would get solved reasonably quickly, and they just haven't. They still haven't. So that's really the learning, I think, is around how complicated these supply side.
Gonna fill this half pipe, James says.
In a long, long time, and so that's really
My things are catching on, guys.
We moved, and
You're gonna have people on the internet talking about half
inflation
pipes all day.
changed
So,
direction, really.
if you're new to the
in
channel, this is
October,
something that we talk about, right? We talk about these half pipes as distribution forming above,
But before that,
distribution
inflation was
forming a
coming in
low.
month by
I
month,
like it
and,
because it makes a
we
B
kinda thought
shape,
we
right?
had the story, probably had the story right.
B for
but
Brad.
I think in October you
But yeah,
started to see.
and there's that weak spot on the
range of
profile
data
right here.
that said no, this is a much
As long as we can
stronger
stay out of the middle of this half pipe, we
much
should
higher
be
inflation
clear.
We've been thinking, and again, we.
Pop and I were talking about that term earlier today.
Nancy Marshall
It just it just sticks in your head, you know what I mean? Like it's just some makes it easy to remember.
More on the issue of recession.
Yeah,
So
well,
we
it's
get
a
negative
significant
GDP
look.
number tomorrow for the second quarter. Would the Fed consider the U.S. in a recession? And just remind us.
Here goes she
what
goes
is
asking
the
her a recession
definition
question again.
For the start of a recession.
So the Fed doesn't make a judgment on that. You know, we're focused on the dual mandate and using our tools to achieve maximum employment and price stability. We don't say there is now a recession and that kind of thing. So that wouldn't be something we do. We would look at the data tomorrow, and no doubt we'll look at it very carefully and draw whatever implications we can. As I mentioned, though, you know, if you think about what a recession really is, it's a broad-based decline across many industries that that's sustained for more than a couple of months, and there are a bunch of specific tests in it, and it just doesn't seem like that now. What we have right now doesn't seem like that, and the real reason is that the labor market
Shorts
is just
covering right
such
here on
a strong-
2350.
a signal of economic strength.
There's some.
That it makes you really question.
Looks like
the
their last
GDP,
ditch here.
but again,
24.
that's
There
not
they
a decision
go.
That we make, and we won't reach a
Buyers
conclusion on that.
absorb. Buyers need to hold this above. There's some buyers trapped up here on this 25. It looks like.
Thank you very much, Simon.
Get back
Rabinovich
up
with
there.
The
There we
Economist.
go.
You've said that some softening in the
Comes
labor market
down.
is needed. Within the Fed, there are staff economists who've argued that NIRU, the non-inflationary rate of unemployment, might
Buyers
be as
still
high
trapped
as
on that
5 to
25 here.
6%
They need to
right
get back
now,
up
which obviously
above
is
there.
a lot higher than the current rate of 3.6. What's your assessment of NIRU? Is that something that came up in discussion with the committee?
So I think broadly, a lot of economists think that the natural rate of unemployment will have moved up to some significant extent above where we think it was before. And the reason is it's the usual matching issue where matching has become less effective and that kind of thing when you have the kind of turbulent downturn and the big switches in
There they go.
demand from services to goods and all that. So
Shorts covered at 26 half here. If they hold above 26 half, the 25.50, this thing keeps going.
Of course, I would add that we don't know.
Oh,
We
there
can
they
never
go,
know where
right
these
back
star
down.
variables are in real time.
2 contracts
with
straight
any
on that high
confidence, but
tick.
I would say it must have moved up materially. But the other side of that is as all these jobs get created and people go back to work and unemployment is so low, I think you could, in principle, you could see it coming back down pretty significantly. And that would also, by the way, take pressure off of inflation, because it's that gap. It's the gap between actual unemployment and the natural rate that really is relevant for, the negative slack we have in the economy by the over-tight labor market. So if you were to, you wouldn't observe this. It's an unobservable, but you could actually be seeing inflationary pressures coming down if that does happen. And we don't control that, but that's something that logically, if the pandemic and the disorder in the labor market cause the natural rate to move up, then as the labor market settles down, in principle, you should see it move back down.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Jeff Cox from CNBC.com. Just a
Back to where all
question
this
about,
volume's at, it bounces, so the buyer's
being
still
concerned
sitting
about
there.
Recession, but most of the polls
Here they
that we're
come.
seeing now from the public, people believe that we're already in a recession or heading for one. Economists pretty much the same thing. They're being told by folks like you and in the administration that we're not in a recession, we're not heading for a recession. Frankly,
Shorts covering
coming
again
from
there
same
on the
people who told them
21.
Inflation was transitory, telling them now that we're not heading for a recession. So what would you tell the public to reassure them now?
Shorts
that
trapped on the
you feel
21.75
confident
here.
in your forecast going forward?
They need to
and
get back
the
down there.
Fed
If they don't get back down there and
respond
price gets above the 24, you're probably looking to go back up to the high.
No, all I've really said is I don't think it's likely that the U.S. economy is in a recession now, and I've explained why that is the case. It's because you do see a very strong labor market, and I think the public will see that as well. Going forward, what we've seen is a slowing in spending, as I mentioned. We've seen the very beginnings of perhaps a slight lessening in the tightness of the labor market, but it would only be the beginnings. So, and I mentioned that I also said that our goal is to bring inflation down and have a so-called soft landing, by which I mean a landing that doesn't require a significant increase, a really significant increase in unemployment. We're trying to achieve
There they
that.
go. Watch above this 24, 25.50.
On many occasions that
Probably
we
look
understand it's
to
gonna be quite
trade back
challenging
up there
and
to
that
the
it's gotten more
28 quarter.
challenging over recent months.
Thanks, Chair Powell. Kyle Campbell with American Banker.
They push it down, so
The
not able
FOMC
to
has
hold right
historically
there.
tried to
But back down
avoid
to the
kind of
21 where they just
rapid
keep getting
monetary
covered at.
policy tightening that has happened so far this year.
Buyers
How
are still trapped
concerned
up
are
at the
you that
28
rate
though
hikes,
this time.
that we've seen thus far might increase risks to
Looks like-
financial stability, not just domestically but globally?
Sellers are trying to offer this 24 now.
I
23.
mean, there are precedents for the FOMC
Well,
moving
such
very
luck.
quickly. For example, 1994, 1980, even more so. So we've been known to do that when it's the appropriate thing to do, and this year it clearly is. I would say that given how quickly we've moved, I'm gratified that while that basically markets have been
Let's
working.
look at
they've
this
been
28
orderly.
here. Trying to work
There's
for
been
it.
some volatility, but that's only to be expected. For a financial stability perspective, you know, asset values are down, which in some sense lowers vulnerabilities. It's when they're really high that you would worry that they're vulnerable to a fall. Actually, many asset values have come down. I think you've got a well-capitalized banking system. I think you have households are generally in about as strong financial shape as they've been in a very long time, or perhaps ever, given what the money that's on people's balance sheets.
That's bullish.
And, so you have a pretty, from a financial stability standpoint, you have a pretty decent picture. Now, the macroeconomic, there are plenty of macroeconomic issues
Now.
that don't rise to the level of financial stability concerns.
Got profit taking up on the
stability,
29.
that
Long's
is
taking
things that
profit up on the
happen
29 there.
the financial system. So big, serious things. That's not to say that people at the lower end of the income spectrum aren't suffering, because they are. They're suffering from high inflation. They're going to the to the grocery store and finding that you know, in many cases their paycheck, it doesn't cover the food they're accustomed to buying. We're seeing actual, you know, real declines in food consumption, and you know, it's very concerning. It's very unfortunate.
How's a
and
decline
that's
in
why
food
we're
consumption
really
when
committed
pretty much
to
all of
bringing
America
down
is fat as
inflation.
shit?
One of the reasons.
It's a bad thing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mark Hamrick with Bankrate. I can remember when you held your first news conference and you vowed to be a very plain-spoken chairman, and we're thinking today about the impacts of Fed policy on individuals as well. What would you say to individuals or households who may yet lose their jobs in this tightening cycle in the fight against inflation as they try to translate what Fed policy means to them in this complicated economic landscape?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I guess the first thing I would say to every household is that we know that inflation is too high. We understand how painful it is, particularly for people who are living paycheck to paycheck.
536 slots holding on this 27
on
here.
necessities such as food and gas and heating their homes.
Let's see if these sellers are willing to move down.
You understand that those people suffer the most. Middle class and better off people have some resources where they can absorb these things, but many people don't have those resources. So, you know, it is our job, it is our institutional role. We are assigned uniquely and unconditionally the obligation of providing price stability to the American people, and we're going to use our tools to do that. As I mentioned, there will be in all likelihood, some softening in labor market conditions. We need growth to slow to below potential growth. We don't want to, we don't want this to be bigger than it needs to be, but ultimately, if you think about the medium and longer term, price stability is the thing that makes the whole economy work. It's what can give us a strong labor market and wages that aren't being eaten up by high inflation. If you talk to people, again, people who are making wages relatively low
40,
wages.
40 is the next
They're
level
the ones
up.
who are suffering the most from inflation. So it's all the more reason why we need to move on this. Thank you very much.
Big trades coming through here on the 30. They're going kind of back and forth on the 30 here. Shorts look like they're trying to come in and offer this high, but they're just getting trapped slowly and surely. Is that it? That's it. He's done. He's had enough. Let's go.
Ooh, single trades. Ooh, a big old.
Excuse my dad, he doesn't know how to mute his mic, so we can just hear him.
Oh shit.
He's old, guys. Cut him some slack. All right, 40's the next target here. Let's keep it rolling. Powell down, market dump. I don't know. Yeah, that'd be interesting. You know, he didn't say anything bad. He really tiptoed around all of the recession talk. Little profit taking right here on the 34 quarter. But weak spot on the profile is 33 quarter here. So if it doesn't get back below 33 quarter, you'll keep holding. 31 quarter is another weak spot, and the bid still so far following the price here. So no reason to chicken out of this long yet. Little profit taken on the 35. Still held that level, that 33 half, 33 quarter so far. Let's see how it gets down there and tests it. Keep it rolling, 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 rolling. What? Well, let's put this lady on. Ugh. This is just us running all of those leverage stops right here for all these people that are just trying to, you know, they just got so short. And this is what we talked about here on Monday. If you guys were tuned in for this stream, and I'll pull up the COT report here. So you saw that, you know, dealers cut their longs, asset managers cut their shorts, asset managers cut their shorts, and leveraged funds, right, gamblers put all their money on the short side. This was last week on Tuesday. And so that's what we're seeing, all these people getting fired from their job for gambling. Think about that when you're trading, right? If you're trading and that's what you're doing, you're gambling out here, not really managing risk. You know, think about if you worked for somebody, and when you're trading for yourself, you're trading for a business. You know, if you had a trading business and your employees out here gambling, and today's a day where, you know, they get punished hard, what would you do? Would you keep them around, or would you show them the door and be like, all right? Just give us the 40 and I'll call it. Man, we might even go up to 71. Seller's trapped on the 36.75 here. 100 lots. 100 lot buy order on the 40.38 there. Today's my favorite day ever. All right, 30 seconds until the next period opens up. Yeah, TJ, don't worry, bro. There'll be plenty of more FOMCs, plenty of more opportunities. right? And heroes, like I said, heroes are made today and heroes fall tomorrow. Some people trade the FOMC and they do amazing, and they're like, oh, I'm the best fucking trader in the world. I just made 100 grand, and then tomorrow they lose it. So there's the 40. M period is opening up. And remember, we still have Facebook earnings after hours, so this still could get a bit crazy. I do think I'm going to call it here, though. We're getting into M period. I was really just looking for that 40. Got what I was looking for, and I'm pretty much done for the day. My mental capital is pretty much wiped out. Been definitely a long day. We've been on since 9 a.m. And typically, we don't really stay on this long. So yeah, but I appreciate everyone that came and hung out, tuned in. Hopefully everyone learned something, right? Hopefully everyone made some money. If you didn't make some money, hopefully you learned something or play some good trades. Remember to manage risk and stick to your trade plan. And I will catch you all tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning, we do have some economic data coming out, so just be ready for that. I think we have GDP tomorrow. And then, let me see, actually, before we go, I'll just look. I'm about to go in the pool. Brown dog, appreciate it, bro. Gracias. Tomorrow we've got GDP at 8:30 in the morning. So maybe we'll start the stream a little bit early. We got Yellen gets on tomorrow, right? She loves to get on and just fucking shit on the market. So she might push the market down. GDP quarter 2, GDP price index quarter 2, and then initial jobless claims all before the market opens. We have some big earnings tomorrow, right? Apple and Amazon, I think, are tomorrow. And then we have Facebook today after after the market today. All right, Trin, catch you later. Kevin up 260% on the Matic. Let's go. All right, here's a key thing why we don't get short, especially when the breath is telling us. We see the tick just pinned up at 1,300, right? All the stocks are just fucking going up. Don't be a hero and try to call the top. You want to stay with the trend. We've got huge gaps of single prints here, so we'll look to see how it trades going into tomorrow. But other than that, you guys have a wonderful day. Thanks, Thomas, and I will catch you guys tomorrow.
Good day, man. Appreciate